Good evening, everyone. At 6 p.m, and I declare this ordinary council meeting open. I'd like to welcome all councillors, staff, members in the public gallery, and anyone viewing at home. The City of Swan acknowledges the traditional custodians of the land in which we meet tonight, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and their continuing connection to the land, waters, their culture and community. We repay our respects to their elders past and present and their descendants. Item 2 is the disclaimer. The terms and conditions of entry into this meeting are posted on the door as you enter. Please ensure that you have read them prior to attending the chamber and that you abide by them. Item 3, attendance and apologies. I note all councillors other than Councillor Knight are in attendance. Councillor Knight is on an approved leave of absence. Item 4, declarations of financial proximity or interest infecting impartiality. The CEO has declared an impartiality in item C 1.1, the revocation motion of Councillor Parry, as the appointment of the Independent Audit Committee member is an acquaintance of the CEO, and that's Mr Drabner. Councillor Johnson has declared an indirect financial interest in item 4.4, divestment of land, Swan Valley Fresh Proprietary Limited, that his daughter works part-time as a checkout operative in the Swan Valley Fresh building, which is not part of the land transaction. She does not work for Swan Valley Fresh, she is not involved in the land transaction, and it is not reasonable to expect that a matter, when dealt with by this council, would result in a financial gain, loss, benefit or detriment to either the councillor or his daughter. And he's advised that if it gives rise to an indirect financial interest, therefore he's declaring it as an indirect financial interest. And it's believed that it's an interest adverse to impartiality, so he's declaring that as well. Are there any others, Mr Kane?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a number of other declarations presented this evening. On item 2.2 from Councillor Bowman, it's an impartiality interest regarding policy review. He's declared this on the basis of his future intention to campaign for the role of Mayor. I have 3 declarations of impartiality in regard to item 3.1, Women's Wellness Program. The first being from Councillor Parry, that he's a member of the Swan Active Gym Program. Second being from Councillor Bowman, that he is also a member of the Swan Active Program. And the third being from yourself, that you are a member of the Swan Active program and also attend the pool at Beach Borough.
Thank you. Are there any others, councillors?
Thank you. Yes, I have one in relation to, just get the item. 4.4, the disposal land 4.4, and that's because I'm a member of the Midland Society who made a deputation, although I'm not on the executive.
Thank you. We complete the appropriate form and pass it up so it can be recorded in the minutes.
All right.
Any others, councillors or staff?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Howlett.
I also am a member of the Midland Society, but I'm not on the executive committee. I don't believe I'm a financial member, but I will complete a form as well for that item, which is item 4.4.
Okay, that's up to you. If you're going to complete the form, please hand it up. Moving on to item 5, public question time. Questions and answers recorded in the minutes of the meeting may be summarised in accordance with the Local Government Administration Regulations 1996. Question and answers marked with an asterisk have been amended either for the purpose of summarising, that is removing preamble statements, or for editing. All questions received have been answered and provided to the person that submitted the questions. All questions will be published in the minutes of this meeting. Item 5.1, questions which were taken on notice, there are nil. Item 5.2, questions relating to reports contained within the agenda. And 5.2.1, questions of which due notice has been given, there is also nil. Item 5.2.2, questions without due notice, there are nil. And I'll ask now, are there any member of the public gallery who wish to ask a question on an item on the agenda? Questions on the agenda? Being no questions, we'll go on to item 5.3. Other questions, and 5.3.1. Mr Jeff Blinko asked 5 questions and they have been answered. Mrs. Kerry Ann Blinko asked 4 questions and they have been answered. Ms. Karen Mowat has asked 5 questions and they have been answered, which takes us to section 5.3.2, questions without due notice. We've received 1 question from Ms. Margaret Carlton, and that 1 question has also been answered. And they're all in the run sheet and available. I'll now ask if there's any members in the public gallery who wish to ask a question on an item that's not on the agenda. Any non-agenda items? If you could please go to the podium, press the talk button and state your name and please ask your question.
Good evening, Mr Mayor, councillors. My name is Gary Wepner, representing the Ellenbrook Easterns T-Ball and Softball Club. Just in relation to staff's denying us the installation of a sea container for storage on site, I'd just like to ask the following questions. At May's Agenda Forum meeting, Councillor McCulloch actually proposed to move an alternate motion in support of the installation of the sea container. The question is, what was the outcome if indeed it was actually put forward? Do I just continue with questions?
Well, perhaps we can just stop there. I'll see. And I'll see if one of the staff can answer the question as you state it, and then we'll move on to the next question. Mr Bishop or Mr Jacowina?
Yep, thank you through you, Mr Mayor. I'd have to take that on notice because I can't recall what other motions were from the May agenda meeting. There was the agenda forum and then there was obviously the council meeting, and I know it was debated, but we would have to go through the records. Apologies.
We'll take that on notice, thanks Gary, and get back to you. Next question.
Question 2 for staff, I guess, is why wasn't the club given the option to finance the sea container installation itself?
Mr Bishop, thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor. At the May council meeting, there was a deputation by Mr Wepner, the club president. That deputation advocated for the city to provide a suitable facility, club home ground at Coolamon Oval. There was no reference in that deputation to an offer to fund the construction or installation of a sea container. So the report was based on the basis that the city would be funding the installation and purchase of a sea container.
Thank you. Another question, Gary?
Can I respond to that, or do I just continue on?
Well, if you can ask your next questions, I'm not going to enter into debate. Sure. You ask your questions, and sure. This is the advantage of giving us prior notice. We can research and have better answers for you. But when sure. So please continue.
Okay. On site currently, there are 2 sea containers made use of by the Swan Valley Little Athletics Club. Could council please confirm who owns the 2 sea containers and how long have they actually been on site?
Mr Bishop or Mr Jacowina, any idea?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, we'll have to take that on notice to confirm that.
Thank you.
Just one, this is fairly short notice as well. Councillor Henderson was actually on site and joined our club for a site visit on Sunday, and I just wondered if there was any opinion formed at this stage regarding our request for this installation from Councillor Henderson.
Councillor Henderson, if you wish to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Gary. I'll ask once more before we move on to public statement time. Is there any other questions on non-agenda items? Then that takes us to, well, don't go too far, Gary, that takes us to public statement time. And the first speaker is Mr Gary Wepner. You have 2 minutes, thank you, Gary. I'll let you talk. I'm not going to try and interrupt you, but okay. When I say you've had your 2 minutes, I'd ask you to respect that. Thank you.
Okay, once again, good evening, everyone, Mr Mayor, councillors. When we agreed to accept Coolamon Oval in negotiations with staff as our home ground facility, it was basically taken as a foregone conclusion that we were to receive a sea container for storage, as our request to additions and alterations was requested by staff just to be amended to state Coolamon Oval and not Woodlake Oval. Had we known that the request was going to be denied, we may have at that time considered our location to be Woodlake Oval. The decision only came after we'd agreed to accept Coolamon as our home ground. I do believe council was slightly misguided regarding the permanence of the installation. Staff did report that the installation would cost $29,500 and that it would only be for a 6-month temporary installation. We've always advocated for a permanent sea container installation due to the nature and extent of the mobilisation required for our equipment. And then once again, our club wasn't actually presented with an option of funding the installation ourselves. We have adequate resources to undertake this, even according to council regulations and specifications. I find prejudice for other sporting clubs appears to apply here, with Swan Valley Little Athletics having 2 sea containers on site. And we've subsequently realised that at North Park Oval, which is another diamond sport ovals for Swan districts, there are actually 3 containers on site there without any major earthworks on site. They're just placed on the turf. So once again, our request still stands to try and get the sea container in place. We've just opened registrations for our T-ball season and expect some 300 junior members.
Thank you, Gary. That's your 2 minutes.
All finished?
Thank you.
Okay, fair enough, thanks.
I'll call the next speaker to make a public statement, Ms. Christine Hughes. Thank you, Christine. You'll have 2 minutes also.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a relatively minor matter in the scheme of your business. Amherst Road in Woodbridge runs alongside the railway reserve. One side of that railway reserve can probably accommodate about 50 cars and does on a daily basis, which services the train. On the other side of Amherst Road is the residential side, and the houses there are placed fairly close to the road, well, close to the footpath, I should say, and it's only a very narrow verge. A group of residents met on site on Sunday with the 3 ward councillors, and agreement was reached between all of us, including the ward councillors, so God willing, this is a very tiny matter in the scheme of things. The residents in Amherst Road are badly affected by long-term commuter parking. They can't, to have cars outside your house 5 days a week for probably 9 hours a day, including a couple of long-term, I presume, fly-in, fly-outs where the car's there for more than a week. It's very obvious when you drive down there that it's extremely congested. It reduces the road to 1 lane, notwithstanding that there's a childcare centre and a school in close proximity, a primary school. So it goes down to 1 lane, but any of those residents who have any work vehicle or visitor vehicle simply cannot access their own homes, and they don't have sufficient verge space for visitors or tradespeople to pull up on the verge, and it's also pretty bad on bin day too, because all the bins have to be on the road. So it's a very small matter. It shouldn't take a great deal to consider a 2-hour parking limit in the morning, which would discourage long-term parkers only on the residential side. Thank you.
Thank you. That was just under 2 minutes. Well done. I'm sure your ward councillors will pass that on to the operations staff for investigation. The next next public statement is by Mr. Richard James. Thanks, Richard. You'll have 2 minutes also.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councillors, CEO. Richard James, Chairperson of the North Swan Land Conservation District Committee. Whilst I support the City of Swan's commitment to allocating $2 million to the greening of our city with more trees in the 2023-24 budget, I think it is a case of one step forwards and two steps backwards. For example, I understand that the current road widening of Raphael Road in Bullsbrook will require the loss of approximately 52 mature eucalypt trees. Will these trees be replaced? Where will the offset planting be carried out? And how many trees will be planted? And will this cost be part of the $2 million? Also in Bullsbrook, a landowner recently removed 4.5 acres of mature Marri and Wandu trees from their property. This possible illegal clearing has been reported to the City of Swan compliance team for investigation and action. Perhaps there needs to be more education regarding what people can and cannot do on their properties. All too often the response is, it's my land, I can do what I like. And again in Bullsbrook, on Neves Road, work has started on the construction of a roadhouse. There goes another 3,000 square metres of mature Marri and Melaleuca trees. However, on page 15 of the Responsible Authority report relating to that application, which Council voted against but was ultimately approved by JDAP, it reads, the roadhouse application was referred to both the DBCA and DEWA. Neither agency object to the proposal. However, both advise that the owner will need to apply for a clearing of native vegetation permit under the EPA Act 1986. Currently, I am advised by the Department of Water and Environmental Regulation.
Thank you, Mr. James. That's your 2 minutes.
We have some more time because we.
Well, I'll have to put it
Didn't
to the councillors, it's your meeting, but, you know, the other speakers didn't get the opportunity to speak.
I'll move
on
an
it.
extra minute, Mr.
So
Mayor.
you're moving one extra minute, Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Catalano. Is there anyone against? Don't wish to debate it. Councillor Zanino? I'm also against. But you have just for your information, Kathy, has moved Councillor Johnson, seconded Councillor Catalano. Councillor Zanino and I were against. So you have one further minute, Richard.
Thank you. Perhaps, so the DEWA have not yet advised me that they have received a clearance of native vegetation permit. One has not been issued to their advice. So if we spend $2 million on greening our city with more trees, will the total number of trees in the City of Swan increase? If you look at the examples of tree loss as mentioned above, I very much doubt it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anne James. Thank you, Anne. You'll have 2 minutes also.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors and CEO. This statement is on behalf of BRA, the Bullsbrook Residents and Ratepayers Association, supporting Councillor McCulloch's motion, item C 1.3 on the agenda. The motion highlights the lack of land owned by the City of Swan to satisfy the growing needs of the Bullsbrook community. Bullsbrook will benefit from facilities provided via the Developer Contribution Plan linked to Oakland Communities, Kingsford, but should the city rely purely on Kingsford to provide for the growing population of residents? The officer's comments in reply to the motion do not consider the expectations of the Bullsbrook community. The city may not currently have plans to construct a men's shed in Bullsbrook. However, there are expectations that we need one. The state government emergency services in Bullsbrook have outgrown their current premises. It is prudent for the city to proactively plan ahead and lobby for emergency services, assisting the state government to fulfil their responsibilities. BRA has brought these needs to the attention of our MLA and the member for Durack, Ms Price. We refer to this parcel of land as Defence Park due to its Commonwealth ownership connected to defence housing, which is no longer there. Ms Price mentioned that it was not unheard of to cede Commonwealth land. There is already a precedence. WA State Government Water Corp now lease a portion of Defence Park for upgrading sewerage infrastructure. Defence Park would make an ideal solution for the relocation of a DFAS fire station, a professionally staffed St John's ambulance depot, and perhaps even a future police station. If the aim of this motion is successful, it would free up the existing city-owned fire shed, which would become a very adequate men's shed for Bullsbrook. BRA wholeheartedly supports the motion and hopes that you will too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next person giving a public statement is Tony Perrin. Thank you, Tony. Like the others, you'll have 2 minutes once you start speaking.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and fellow councillors. As you're aware, late last year we went through a process with respect to an MRS amendment to rationalise the boundaries of Rosehill Waters Estate in South Guildford. During that process, we took a very active role in ensuring that the local community had the opportunity to voice their views around the MRS amendment and ensure that the Department of Planning process heard the community's views as part of that process. The outcomes of that process, as you're well aware, were that there is strong community support for the rationalisation process. Those outcomes have gone through the system with the Department of Planning officers, through to the West Australian Planning Commission and on to the Minister for Planning, who has ultimately earlier this year endorsed the rezoning of the land with due regard to the strong local support for the amendment. All of the submitters who were involved in that process, some 164 people or organisations, were provided a letter of correspondence from the department indicating the results of that outcome. So everyone's fully aware. Obviously this evening we're looking for your support to support your local community in initiating Amendment 217 and allowing the formalisation of the local planning scheme to be in alignment with the MRS process. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person giving a public statement is Katerina Missick. Is Katerina here? No, then I'll call on Lynn Deering. Thank you, Lynn. You also have 2 minutes once you start speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I speak tonight as a member of your community and a resident. I urge councillors not to support a reduction in the time for deputations. Clearly, 17 submissions on a dry subject like meeting procedure is surely indicative that in fact there is some disagreement with supporting these changes from your community and residents. To me, it seems complete opposite to what our community needs. It is counterintuitive to the necessary rebuilding of trust of the City of Swan at this time. It does not suit the phase change at which you are currently, the trajectory in which you're currently entering. Let's face it, many small business people and residents find it attending and presenting at this forum difficult enough, reducing time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. Who does this support? Professional politicians? No resident seeks out to attend a council meeting. We most of the time entrust you and the staff in their reports to convey our views. I restate, I've heard from many in your community, in your wards, who do not support these changes to reduce time nor the reduction in debate. In fact, they would like to hear councillors actually debate and take more time for that to occur during your meetings so they can understand the basis of some of your decisions. I know that staff reports nor councillors have all the answers. History shows they do not always have it right all the time. Deputations are an open forum and a last resort to correct nuances and information when it is incorrect. In my view, I cannot find in the report justification or evidence of improvement for why this has been proposed. We know that emails may not be read and not all matters suit an email. The person giving a deputation is not a disruption to meetings as some people view it. The fundamentals of idea exchange, debate and discourse enable better decisions, speaking to convey more than an email. Communities need to hear and understand how decisions are reached and why. I compliment the CEO who's begun to make his mark on meetings, reducing
Lynn,
debate.
that's your 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on to the next item, which is item 7, I'll ask again, is Katerina Missick in the gallery? Then we'll go on to item 7, which is petitions. And 7.1 is a petition which is going to be presented by Katerina Missick. Is she in the chamber? You've called outside, Zoe? She's not called out Okay, has anyone else got the petition? It's on item 4.3. It's the application refuse the telecommunications tower in Beachborough. Councillor Catalano?
I only had it in electronic copy, which I've circulated to all councillors. I was expecting Ms Mitchell to be here tonight, but
Okay, thank
she
you.
doesn't have the hard copy with her. We don't have hard copy.
Okay, well, perhaps you can mention that in the debate when we get to it. That takes us to item,
Mr Mayor, I have a petition as well.
yes, it takes us to item 7.2. It's a petition from Rosina Mostremblo. It's in regards to item 5.5, Beachborough All Abilities Play Space. Councillor Congdon?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm in receipt of a petition which states the following City of Swan residents are in favour of the proposed Beachborough All Abilities Play Space to be located at Hull Park. There's approximately 140 signatures.
Thank you. I'll need a motion, councillors, for the contents of this petition to be considered by council in the decision of that item tonight, but I do want to be very fair. Not all the signatories are in the City of Swan, but the overwhelming majority of them are.
I thought it actually had about 115 signatures. when I looked through
140.
it. Oh, but when I looked for it, there were 4 pages of 25 on a page. Is that correct? And there was
There's
half
5
a page?
pages, I
Oh,
believe.
5 was it?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full pages
Oh,
of
thank
25.
you. That's okay. Thanks for the clarification.
In fact, 6 full pages because they're on the back as well.
Oh, great. Okay, thank
so
you.
it's more than
That's
140.
okay. That's okay.
So it was moved Councillor Congdon, seconded Councillor Parry. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I'll declare that carried. I'll ask if there any member of the public or a councillor who wishes to submit a petition. Thank you, Ms Deering. And what petition is that? Oh. Okay, well, obviously it's not on the run sheet because I don't know about it. So you can present it now. Thank you. If you can just read out the heading so we have got an idea, and then roughly how many signatures, please. And if you could turn your microphone on, thank you. Thank you.
Petition of electors of the City of Swan to the Mayor and Councillors of the City of Swan, re Midland Station car parking. We have 106 signatories, and they are all residents and electors. Last weekend, on the 8th of July, the Western Car Park at Midland Station was closed by the state government to enable the construction of a multi-deck car park with more than 800 bays. As a result of the parking being closed at the station, we lost 500 bays. At that time, the signs suggested that people can walk or ride to the Guildford or walk or ride to the station, or take alternative sites such as Guildford and High Wycombe instead to park their cars. There were no other options locally put forward for people to use. So currently the Midland Station car park is often full and there is often an overflow. There have been an increasing series of problems, parking, amenity, safety, speed and access raised by many residents in the proximity of the Woodbridge train station on Amherst Road side. As you've heard
thank you, Lynn. Could I ask you to get to the wording of the petition, please? I think everyone understands the background now.
Meeting was being held by concerned residents, and as a result of that meeting, the undersigned, all being electors of the City of Swan, request that the council implement restrictions such as a 3-hour limit on the southern side of Amherst Road, west of Morrison Road, and also Chatham Street between Amherst Road and Homesdale Road to prevent all commuter parking on weekdays. That council requests Metronet to relax parking fees at Midland Station for the remaining 190 bays. that council requests Metronet to defer the closure of the existing car park until alternative car parking facilities and options have been provided and identified, that council seek immediate action by Metronet and state authorities to secure the identification of alternative local parking options, for example, vacant land and Morrison Road, that council investigate the interest of resident permit parking options with local residents. This is a matter of urgent attention and immediate attention. The Woodbridge train station underpass is used by 4 schools. It's a linking site to 4 schools. It is also causing considerable issues.
I don't want to seem, we've got a big agenda tonight.
Yes, no, I just,
It
1
sounds
minute.
like you're almost entering debate or making another
No,
deputation or a public statement.
No, I'm not. Just to say that it is, since Woodbridge ratepayers have received many requests from other areas that have been affected, such as Coal Dam and 1st and 2nd Avenue in Woodbridge, who are experiencing all-day parking now. So school holidays, and this is going to grow. So we table our petition in the hope that this will take immediate action, and we'd also like a report provided back to us on the outcomes of the response from the council.
Yes, I'll need a mover and a seconder to that. So you're moving it, Councillor Johnson, seconded Councillor Budovnik, that a report come back to council on the items raised in the petition. But I'd also suggest, as these are state government issues, you should perhaps petition your local state members of parliament, because we can write to them, but as a local government, we're subservient to them.
Thank you, Mayor. And we have had those conversations with Metronet and the City of Swan staff, who also told us that we were hoping that there would be a more proactive response to our conversations over the last 3 months to avoid this problem.
I see you, Councillor Catalano. Just before, is there anyone against that petition being tabled as moved by Councillor Johnson and Budovnik? Being no one against, I'll declare it carried. Councillor Catalano?
Katerina Misick she's in the chamber now, so we could have the
Well,
petition if
I'll
that's
take
possible.
direction from the council if you'd like to go back to item 6 and hear from Katerina Misick and have her present her petition. You're moving Councillor Congdon, seconded Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried. If I can call Katerina Misick to the podium. Thank you, Katerina. I believe you want to make a 2-minute public statement and then present a petition.
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Good evening,
I
Mayor
won't
and
interrupt
councillors.
until you get to the 2-minute mark.
Okay.
But I ask you to stop once I've asked you to stop and then present your petition. Thank you.
Item 4.3, State Administration request to reconsider refusal of proposed telecommunications of the infrastructure. With all due respect, the repositioning of the monopole within the same lot, 1 Sacramento Avenue, will still have a negative visual impact on the residents, even more so now that it's facing the parklands, wetlands as such. State Policy 5.2 regarding the above states that the environment needs to be taken into consideration when proposal for such poles to be installed, and also whether the residents want it. On behalf of the residents, I would like to state that they do not need this monopole. They do not want this monopole. It will devalue the surrounding properties. There are different areas that could be looked at, vacant lands, lots as such. The land was initially never meant to be used as a telecommunications base, but Telstra have gone ahead and put that proposal forward. So if you can take that into consideration, that would be much appreciated. I have a petition from all the residents, surrounding residents, and I'll bring that forward at your request.
Yes, well, if you can read the preamble to the petition, and then I'll move that councillor move and accept it, second it, so we can consider it as part of tonight's meeting. So we'd just like to read the header.
The header. Okay, we, the undersigned, all being electors of the City of Swan, request the Council do not approve Telstra's telecommunication tower being built on any part of the lot, corner of Amazon Drive and Sacramento Avenue. This is a residential suburb, and this tower will negatively visually impact on our amenities.
Thank you.
Thank
So
you.
I need a mover and a motion that this, the content of the petition be considered by council during its decision tonight. You moving that way, councillor Parry? Seconded, councillor Catalano. Is there anyone against?
Question.
Being no one against, I declare it carried. You still have a question, councillor
I
Podolski?
just want to know how many people signed it. We weren't advised.
Any idea of the number of signatures on the petition? Thank you. Katerina?
Councillor Catalano can speak on my behalf there. Yeah, about 100.
Only because I counted them today when they came in electronically, and there's 140.
140.
That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attendance.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you. You can turn that microphone off, the red button.
Sorry?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors, for your indulgence. That takes us to item 8, deputations. As you're aware, deputations for items on this agenda were held at the agenda forum last Wednesday, the 5th of July. Item 9, announcements by the presiding member. There are nil. Takes us to item 10, members' questions, and item 10.1, answers to questions which were taken on notice. There were nil. Item 10.2, questions of which due notice had been given. Councillor Johnson, your 3 questions have been answered. Item 10.3, questions of which due notice has not been given. Are there any questions from councillors at this stage? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the temporary works depot storage area off Nangara Road near Ridley Street, what is the area zoned as? Is a storage depot area permitted use, and when will this all be removed? Noting the concerns and issues that nearby residents have been putting up with for some time now.
Mr Jackawina, if you can assist on the timeline, and I don't know the zoning, whether we'll have to take that on notice if you don't know.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. The city staff have been in contact with the nearby resident. We are working on a time frame at the moment. We're likely to have dates by early next week, and we will present that to the nearby resident.
Any idea of the zoning? Can we take that on notice and find out and get back to Councillor Bowman, please? Any other questions, councillors?
Mr Mayor, I understand that request for the extra storage for the Allenbrook Eastern was not included in the budget, and as such, if council wanted to provide for storage, that another project would have to be deleted, or maybe later in the year, if there's identified savings, this could then be considered. Is this correct?
Mr Bishop may like to ask.
Mr Bishop?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's correct. The council resolution in May did not include any amendment to the staff recommendation that the additional storage be provided via a sea container, which had an estimated budget in the options in the report. So that hasn't been budgeted for council for this next year.
Mr Mayor, my next question is, if the City of Swan was somehow magically come into some money that it didn't know it had not accounted for, etc., would it be an option that the money could then be allocated providing storage that's been requested by Allenbrook Easterns without impacting the budget? Would staff be supportive of this?
Mr CEO?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As noted previously to council, we'll bring 3 budget amendments to you at least this year, the first one being in November, but with the major budget review being in February. At that point in time, if there are surplus funds, they are available for council's consideration.
Mr Mayor, next question. Is the administration aware that the City of Swan currently has 42 unclaimed monies? 1 to 41 are all unfortunately small amounts ranging from 85 cents to $202.45, which looks like to be the remainder of licensing regos. The total of these 41 unclaimed monies is $2,461.35. Some are quite old, as the money has already been transferred to the Department of Treasury. Unclaimed item 42 is money that the Water Corp owes the City of Swan, and this amounts for $23,650.29. This has been unclaimed now for a number of years, as my research indicates that it will be transferred to the Department of Treasury in August. The total amount of unclaimed money being $26,111.64.
Are you asking me if I was aware of it? Because it sounds like you're aware of it.
The question was, is the administration aware of the unclaimed monies?
Mr CEO, or
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, not specifically each individual transaction, but it's not unusual for local governments to have a series of unclaimed funds which are held in trust in order to be returned back to either the authority in which they were first provided, or in some cases they relate to a debt that can be transferred to the city. They're held in trust for up to 10 years before we can access those funds.
any other questions, Councillor Bowman?
Yes, Mr Mayor, and I'll provide further information to the CEO. Final question is, will the CEO review the current financial process to avoid future unclaimed monies occurring?
Take that on notice.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, it's most unlikely you'll ever eliminate the issue of unclaimed sums. That's just the nature of the financial transactions we exist. These amounts are often initiated for a legitimate purpose, but subsequently those funds aren't actually claimed. So it's a consistent business and has been, from my experience, of all local governments and other state departments.
I'll ask, are there any other questions from councillors? Councillor Richardson?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question to staff. Is it an option for Ellenbrook Tebel Association to purchase or rent their own storage container and negotiate the transport of that with staff specifications as an option for them in the future then to have resale on that?
Mr Bishop or Mr Jacowina? If you're not sure, you can take it on notice.
No, that's fine, Mr Mayor. Yes, it is an option, and it's an option for council to consider. That was part of, obviously, the deputation from Mr Wepner back in May. That was considered by council but didn't form part of the final amended resolution.
Thank you.
Further question then. It appears that it was a lack of specific details that wasn't entered. Is that possibly the case? It just was missed that there was an option given to them written in that motion?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's first important just to highlight there's two primary rationale in the report back in May for not supporting sea containers. First of all is a preference not to have a proliferation of sea containers on public parks. Notwithstanding, as has already been stated, there are already two there already. The second reason was obviously cost as well. Mr Wepner and the club have since indicated that they are willing to pay for the cost. That is theoretically possible for obviously a club or an organisation to pay for cost if council was so willing to entertain the idea of an additional sea container being put on that site.
Thank you. Okay, well, moving on to item 11, leave of absence. Mr CEO, do we have any?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a leave of absence request from yourself from July the 26th to the 1st of August.
Thank you. I need a motion. You're moving that way, Councillor Parry. Seconded, Councillor Zanino. Is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried. Takes us to item 12, confirmation of the minutes, and there is two lots of minutes. First, item 12.1, confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on the 14th of June this year, 2023, and item 12.2, confirmation of the special meeting of council held on the 28th of June, 2023. You're moving that way, Councillor Bowman. Thank you. You're seconding both, Councillor Jones. I'll ask, is there anyone against? Being no one against, I declare that carried. And that takes us on to item 13, any business left over from the previous meeting. And the first one is item 13.1, making of meeting procedures local law. It's on page 13 of your agenda. This item was presented at the June 14th meeting last month, and a procedural motion was passed for the meeting to move to the next item of business. This item has now been brought forward and is included in this agenda. The debate is to resume at the point of interruption. As no member had spoken to the motion, therefore Councillor Catalano, as the mover of the motion, you may now open your debate and you have 5 minutes. I wasn't here last month, so it was moved by Councillor Catalano, seconded Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? I'm against. So you have 5 minutes to open your debate. Thank you.
Thank you. So my amended motion is for council to maintain the time and opportunity for the public to be able to speak on topics that are important to them and to access councillors in person at council meetings. This time and opportunity that the public has and currently have is proposed to be restricted or removed, and that's what I'm seeking to avoid. In our democracy, the public rightly expects that its access to decision makers is maintained. There's good reason for council. There's no good reason for council to vote to restrict public participation and access to councillors at agenda forums in particular, as these meetings don't even go over time, unless of course council doesn't want to hear from the public, its residents, ratepayers and electors. And why would that be the case? I certainly am very keen to hear from the public at all times. Maintaining public participation is important for creating healthy, engaged and proud communities when people feel they are being heard and listened to by their elected members who are responsible for making decisions that affect the important issues in their communities and lives. It's important for upholding our democratic system of government. It's important for meeting community expectations and enhancing the reputation of the City of Swan. Reducing the time that the public can speak isn't good for council, as it will limit the public's ability to impart information that the public considers important to the council for them to know, and that may be relevant to decision making that's in the public interest, and restricting the time also stifles the democratic process of council, which is contrary to the Local Government Act. The public expects that local government is to be accessible, transparent and accountable, and that's what this local government says it is. These expectations won't go away just because we shut out the public or limit their time and opportunity to speak, ask and answer questions. Our democracy relies on the public informing elected members so that decisions are made in the public interest, and we need to encourage the contributions that the ratepayers and the residents of the City of Swan make, and if they're experts, their willingness to share their knowledge on topics under consideration for better decision making that councillors may not even know. The specialist knowledge and expertise that benefits the decision makers like us is often held by passionate members of the public, and it's to our own cost if we do not give these specialists the time and the space to share their expertise. By restricting the public question and statement time, council gives the message that it does not fully value the opinion, experience, expertise and commitment of the public. The limit on numbers of people speaking, you know, the 3 and the 3 for and the 3 against, is arbitrary and not modified to meet the nature and complexity of issues before council. And it could give rise to lack of relevant information, lack of care and due diligence. In-person deputations and question time is a human-to-human experience, and it includes body language that is more persuasive than a letter or email. And we shouldn't forget that we are human, and that as elected members, we provide a human service. Reducing public access to decision makers will not reflect well on this council, now or into the future, as we as a community are faced with incredible challenges in the future, from dwindling resources to changing climate. This council should spend more time listening to its ratepayers, electors and residents to help it make the right kind of decisions for the future, as it is elected and expected to do, and to avoid making expensive and dangerous mistakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson as a seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking to support Councillor Catalano's motion, and in particular, the effect of Councillor Catalano's motion is to retain Section 10, members' questions. Why is Section 10, members' questions, important? Well, we only have to look at the current section, the questions in Section 10. I've got 3 questions in there. The first question is this: Has there been any reply from the Planning Minister in response to the letter the City wrote as a result of Councillor Zanino's motion to realign the freight route through residential Bellevue and the Bush Forever part of Bushmead and the new Robinson Grove residential subdivision in Mondaring? And the answer, no, this matter is being followed up with Minister Safiotti at a forthcoming meeting. Can you advise the date the letter was sent? And so the correspondence was sent 16th of November 2022. Councillors, this is an extremely important matter. It is a matter of that we need to have on the public record. The best way to get it on the public record is either in the agenda or ultimately in the minutes. By putting the question on notice, every councillor and every member of staff and every member of the public who wants to see it can see that it's there. The answer is a clear, fixed answer, and that clear, fixed answer can then be sent on to members of the community. I've already sent the answers to question 1 and question 2 out to the community members in Bellevue, Bushmead, and representatives of the Shire of Mundaring. To me, it is pretty fundamental that we retain this section. If we do not retain this section, I have no idea how we will get questions on the public record. So it is absolutely vital, I think, councillors, that you support Councillor Catalano's motion. I think that it's also, I think the point is this, it does not take up any time. So section 10.2, questions of which due notice has been given, is in writing. It doesn't take up any time in the meeting. There's no debating time, there's no nothing. And I think we heard a question tonight from Councillor Bowman about unclaimed money. Well, that's quite a suitable question for section 10.2. We could have saved a bit of time by having the Q&A in there, and I think we all would have found it interesting to get to read about it. So, councillors, I think if we remove our ability to ask questions on the public record, we are doing the public a disservice. We are shooting ourselves in the foot, and we are not making efficient and effective use of our staff time or effective and efficient use of the agenda which is published. So, regarding questions, councillor question time, I think it is absolutely vital that we retain it. And all I can do is second what Councillor Catalano has said. We are here to listen to our community. It is our job. We are here to represent the community. So we need to hear what they have to say, and we should not be restricting them in any way. Professional, accomplished speakers, people who've been speaking in public for many years, do not have any problem compressing their time down, or should not, but many people who come to speak to us in the public gallery have never spoken in public before, and they need the benefit of 5 minutes. That is pretty fundamental. And secondly, councillors, many of the decisions we make in this chamber are extremely complex and important. The idea that somehow we can get across these complex ideas in 3 minutes is to me surprising. Sometimes it is easy to speak in 3 minutes, but sometimes for complex matters such as our favourite subject, the Midland Oval and others, 5 minutes is needed. We need to hear the debate, we need to hear what councillors have to say, and our community want to hear what we have to say. So councillors, that's why I believe we need to support Councillor Catalano's
You have
motion.
1 minute left, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it is vital to the future of our council. We would be heading in the direction of turning ourselves into a rubber stamp if we do not support Councillor Catalano's motion. So, councillors, I urge you to support Councillor Catalano's alternative motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion? Councillor Bowman first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I actually agree with some of the things that Councillor Catalano was saying. We do need to listen to our ratepayers better. We don't do it that well. But when I get phone calls from residents outside my ward saying that they've tried to contact their local councillors by phone and email and don't get return calls or emails, that to me is not listening to our residents. We would go a lot longer and a lot better way in actually having the decency to return those calls and emails. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remind everyone at the special council meeting where it was resolved unanimously that we didn't conduct a workshop on reviewing the meeting procedure of local law because we had done quite a few, and we implement the changes made by this council to the meeting procedure of local law as it resolved at its meeting dated the 1st of June 2022. We resolved that unanimously. Let me move on. Are we removing question time? No. We're removing it from agenda forum, and when I asked staff how many times since I've been elected we've had people ask questions during agenda forum, I believe it was twice. Mr Mayor, knowing other local governments, there are some local governments out there, 15 minutes, it's the statutory time frame for the Local Government Act, and I heard the Local Government Act quoted, 15 minutes and they cut it off. Not once have I been in this chamber where not every person who wanted to ask questions was allowed to ask questions. Sometimes it's gone for 40, 45 minutes. Mr Mayor, we do allow people to ask questions. Mr Mayor, a local law is the basis. Mr Mayor, the 3 minutes does not mean we have to cut people off at 3 minutes if this council chooses. We did it tonight. We extended it by another minute. I know myself, I have been given more time, so has Councillor Johnson. Mr Mayor, when we listen to our residents, we need to listen. Mr Mayor, it's been said to me that by cutting it down, we should get a reduction in pay. I believe Councillor Johnson made that point. Mr Mayor, if the only thing you're doing is coming to council meetings and listening to those who make deputations, I do not believe you are doing your role effectively. Because, Mr Mayor, most of my time, I'm out there listening, meeting with the residents and ratepayers, not only in my ward, but other wards, because I get told from some of those residents that they do not get return emails and phone calls. And I had a lady today. Her husband died 3 years ago. She's got books and she is in the Altone ward and 2 councillors had not returned her calls or emails. I don't know how long ago, but I've actually asked her for some information so we could proceed with that. Mr Mayor, that is listening. Now, yes, that's not a council decision, but not everything that we should be listening to is council decisions. There's very few items that come to this council. There's a lot more items that get done in the business of the city that ratepayers would otherwise have no option of actually speaking unless we listen to them. Mr Mayor, I look at the motion in July 2022, and it's been over 12 months, so a little bit of time has gone, and I look at the voting patterns. Those voting patterns pretty well show me for most of those items, nearly everyone was in favour of going out to advertising for those changes. We went out to advertise for those changes. We then, at the special council meeting, confirmed that we will continue with it, and that's what we've done, but now we haven't. But Mr Mayor, I'll leave it with, I thought there was a bit of deja vu, maybe it's me, had a long week, but the things that Councillor Catalano said, I got them in an email from a resident. So I've already heard that. So is it valuable to hear it again, or is it valuable for me to get new information? Perhaps that's what we need to start thinking about as well, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against the motion? Councillor Congdon.
Thank you. I'm against the motion, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Firstly, I'd like to say that this item was widely advertised in the West Australian a couple of times, the local paper, in the libraries, on the city's website, so everyone had an opportunity to respond. 17 submissions out of 62,000 homes or 140,000 residents is simply not a big number. It's a very minute number, and if you actually have a look at those who did respond, it would appear that most of those are from a group. So I can understand why we've got the 17 submissions. I spoke to a couple of people today in relation to deputations because the officer's recommendation talks about 3 for and 3 against. And in my conversation today, it was, no, we should allow as many deputations that you can put forward to the council, regardless of number. When we have contentious issues at the council, and I can quote Lloyd Street, Midland Oval, St Jude's and others, we've had in this chamber 12, 15, 20 deputations against, primarily all talking about exactly the same thing but in different words. If we're going to have 20 deputations for or against an item and 2 and 3 on the other side, and we did that on a consecutive basis, we would be in this chamber until 10 o'clock. We'd be coming back the following 2 days later at 6 o'clock to do it again till 10 o'clock, just on deputations. I think there's a fair and rationale bit that sits behind the number structures of the 3 for, 3 against, and also the amount of time that's given to deputations and members' speaking terms. I just can't bring myself to support a wholesale change of where we were, what we all agreed on, out to public consultation, and 17 submissions say we should overhaul it and bring it back. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Prodovnik.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised we're taking so long with this one. I mean, this is not a big ask, and I would ask Council to please support this motion. We're simply allowing people to ask questions at an agenda forum. We're simply giving people 2 extra minutes, and we're simply allowing a bit more flexibility so we don't have 3 for and 3 against. Not a big ask. Please support this.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Then I'll enter the debate before I hand back to Councillor Catalano. Thank you. I indicated earlier that I'll be speaking against it. I'm trying to find a balance, councillors. I've been here chairing meetings when we've had 24 deputations for a particular motion or an item before council, and then another 10 or 12 against, and it was about 8:30 before we started on the first item, 2.5 hours into the council meeting before we started making one decision. I want to see a balance so it's fair to everyone. I don't think any resident can be denied having their say, but most people contact me either by phone or by email. They don't come to this forum and make a deputation, perhaps unless they are, and I don't want to use the word coerced, or perhaps encouraged to. In fact, one item last year, I think we had 7 deputations speaking for a very environmentally sensitive issue, and the council approved that item unanimously, and the comment made as soon as we left these chambers was, well, if we had known there was going to be no opposition, we wouldn't have organised the 7 people to come in and talk on the item. So I think that's where the balance needs to come in. Members of the public, our residents, know how to contact us. They know how to get information through. But it's also about balancing the length of our council meetings. And for those who have been around a couple of years, we were going till 1 o'clock in the morning, then coming back the next day for another 4 or 5 hours till midnight again. And that's when good decision making goes out the window. When you sat through 8 hours of meetings, your judgment becomes impaired. And that's after another 4 hours of a deputation, an agenda forum the week before. So each agenda was taking on average almost 12 hours to get through. So I see this as a good balance, and I can't support the motion as it sits. I much prefer the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Councillor Catalano. You have 3 minutes for your right of reply.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is actually to restrict the public's ability to have their say and be heard in this chamber. It is actually a wholesale change, in fact. And I'm saying the community expects to come here and be able to give their deputations just as they have in the past, and they don't expect to be restricted. And I'm saying leave it as the status quo. So there's no wholesale change. The wholesale change is actually to take away people's ability to be heard, to say what they want to say and be heard. Yeah, a lot has been made tonight about contentious issues and the gallery being packed with contentious issues, but that is definitely a rare event. And you know what? Maybe that just had to be that way because it was a contentious issue. We can't restrict the public to inform us about issues that are contentious. That's what we're here for, to hear those views. I was really quite offended at Councillor Bowman saying that somebody in Altone had contacted Altone councillors and they hadn't received a reply from the councillors. Now, if that's a slight at me, I take that personally, and I tell you what, I'm not happy about it because I answer every single email that comes my way, okay? And I don't like that personal attack on council. But what's more, it's actually irrelevant because that's through my email box. This is council. This is person to person. This is what I'm talking about. It's about being human and providing a human service. It's not about answering emails. That is what this council is being asked to restrict. And I just cannot understand how you can listen to ratepayers if you're going to restrict their ability to have their say, to actually restrict their ability to talk to you in person. That is not listening. That is a tautology. You cannot listen and restrict somebody's ability to talk to you. You listen, you let them talk to you. So therefore, we have to avoid restricting. We've got to go with my motion. Please, I'm urging you to adopt my motion or the amended motion to keep in place what the public, the kind of privileges that the public have in letting us on council and the staff hear what is so important to them and hear the kind of information that is actually important to us to be able to make.
Thank you,
the
Councillor
decisions that are
Catalano.
best for
That's your
them.
3 minutes. I'll now put the motion of Councillor Catalano. Those in favour? I have Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Singh, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Richardson, which is 6. Those against are Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which must be 8. The motion is lost. You're moving the officer's recommendation, Councillor Congdon. Seconder? Councillor McCulloch. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Don't wish to debate it, Councillor Johnson? No, I'll put it to the meeting. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation, I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 8. Those against were Councillors Podovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Singh, Councillor Catalano, and which way are you voting, Councillor Richardson? You're voting against? And Councillor Richardson. The motion is carried, 8-6. That takes us to Part B, Councillors. Item 2.2, Policy Review. Councillor Henderson.
We've got to go through the list of drawn and adopted.
Sorry, I was getting ahead of myself. So we're now moving to Part B of the run sheet, councillors. First one is the adoption of those recommendations contained in the items not withdrawn. And for the benefit of members observing the meeting, the council used an en bloc method. I can see you, Councillor Catalano, just let me finish this statement. Method of decision making. This means agenda items where council supports the officer's recommendations are not debated separately. One vote is taken of all the items and the officer's recommendation is therefore the decision of council. The following items have not been withdrawn for individual consideration and will be dealt with via the en bloc method. Therefore, the officer's recommendation will be the decision of council. And in Part B, there is item 2.1, Draft Policy Civic Function, Ceremony and Receptions, 5.4, Provisions of Traffic Management and Control Services, Item 6.1, Financial Management Report for the period ending the 31st of May 2023, and item 6.2, List of Accounts paid May 2023. Councillor Catalano has indicated to me that the two items that were listed in Part C, she now wishes to withdraw. So that was previously, they were mentioned as item C3.2 and C3.3 are now withdrawn and will go into the voting part of the agenda. The following reports from Part B and Part C have been withdrawn for debate, and in accordance with meeting procedures local law, they'll be dealt with by council individually, though those two Part C items I just mentioned. Councillor. Oh. So Councillor Catalano is now indicating she's withdrawing item 2.1 from Part B. That will now go into dealt with by council, along with items C 3.2 and C 3.3. So the following items will now be dealt with in Part B and C and dealt with by council individually. That'll be items 2.1, items 2.2, 3.1, 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 5.1, 5.2, 5.3, 5.5, 7.1, 9.1, and in Part C, C 3.1, C 3.2 and C 3.3. Now I believe that takes us to you, Councillor Henderson. So I'm looking for a mover and a second to carry those 3 or 4 remaining items that don't have to be debated individually. Moved Councillor Bowman, seconded Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? So there'll be no one against, and just to clarify that items 4.3, 6.1 and 6.2 have been adopted unanimously by council as per the officer's recommendation. We now start on item 2.1, Councillor Catalano.
Just speaking against it, so
So you're moving the officer's recommendation, Councillor Parry? No? So Councillor Bowman, you're moving the officer's recommendation, item 2.1, seconded by Councillor Congdon. Is anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Bowman, you don't wish to speak at this stage. Councillor Congdon? No. Speaker against, Councillor Catalano, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is about civic functions, and I wanted to oppose it because for a number of reasons. First of all, to do with the mayoral banquet. In 2020, I put up a motion.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
What's your point of order, please?
I'm unaware of a mayoral banquet. Can you be more specific?
If you can please continue, Councillor Catalano.
In 2020, I put up a motion to no longer have a mayoral banquet, and I'm opposed to the annual leadership symposium, which is a rebranded version of the mayoral banquet, because the majority of the community is opposed to it and they get nothing out of it. Apparently it is held to advance the advocacy program, present key projects and goals, foster relationships with key stakeholders and decision makers at a 3-course sit-down dinner with alcohol, professional styling, music and audio-visual. That doesn't sound like a professional business-like networking event to me. The focus should be on business-like and the purpose for networking and sharing, not entertainment at the ratepayer's expense. If people want entertainment and a dinner, they should organise it themselves and sell tickets. Citizenship ceremonies. I've been to quite a few. They should be simple, with no extra catering. The people at the ceremony are ratepayers, starting out new lives in this very expensive economy and country, and I'm sure they would prefer to see the costs down and their rates kept low. Elected members' Christmas recognition event. This is the councillors' Christmas party rebranded. Why councillors want to get together for another event at the ratepayers' expense when they meet at least 2 times every month of the year, the expense this event cannot be justified. Honorary Freeman. This should be scrapped because it's outdated and oversubscribed with ex and current councillors. It seems to be councillors bestowing awards on each other that means nothing to anyone else outside in the community. It should be scrapped. Opening of city facilities. Keep it simple and costs down, including staff time organising these events. It should be kept minimal. As anyone out in the community knows, these openings are mostly just a chance for politicians to get their pictures in the paper. Protocols for Welcome to Country. This should not be tacked onto this civic functions agenda we have tonight, as it is a separate issue with a lot to discuss, such as questions as to who can give non-Indigenous people permission to use an appropriate Aboriginal language in acknowledgement to country, who are the right people to do Welcome to Country. Traditional owners I've spoke to are concerned that these protocols are not always done correctly, and it is definitely needs to be in a separate policy because it has many, many, many contentious and moving parts. Thank you.
Thank you. As the seconder.
No, there's no second. That was speaker again.
Oh, sorry. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, councillors, at the last leadership symposium, an awful lot of the dignitaries, such as the CEOs, MPs and so on and so forth, for some reason weren't available. They were all off sick or indisposed or double booked, and the remarkable thing was that on my table, the only dignitary, I think, was the mayor of Bayswater and her partner. So as a result, every other member on the table was a member of the Midland Guildford Ward community, and because of that, it was absolutely the very best leadership symposium I've been to, or mayoral dinner, and that is how I think these leadership symposiums or mayoral dinners, as they used to be called, really should be held. It should be about the community. We should be inviting our community to the meeting, to the symposium, and we should be explaining to them what we are doing on their behalf. And I do seem to recall about 2 years ago moving a motion to that effect. I remember getting shot down by both sides. But in my view, it's wrong to be inviting Director Generals, CEOs, leadership teams of relevant state government departments, CEOs of adjoining local governments, shire presidents and so forth. Chair, it is simply a waste of space. We need to be using this event to engage with our community, and I had thought that after the last leadership symposium, where I believe the same thing happened on many of the tables hosted by councils, where instead of having these dignitaries, we suddenly at the last minute were able to invite members of the community. I thought, oh, well, this surely is a model for the way we should be doing this going forward. And I remember commenting to quite a few people how good it was. That's what I'd like to see. So the result of this policy, unless we get one of these mass people becoming ill, unavailable, whatever, unless that happens again, we're going to end up with, on each table, just one guest, one person invited from the community plus their guest, which in my view is just not satisfactory. It's not really what we should be about. This leadership symposium should be genuinely a leadership symposium, and it should be about community leadership. And to have community leadership, we must invite members of the community. So that's the main reason I'm opposed to this policy. I think the policy is a better way to go to replace the Events and Relationships Committee, but this is the wrong policy. That's why I'm voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion? Any speakers for or against? Any other speakers, councillors? Then I'll defer to you, Deputy. I'll enter the debate. Thank you. Councillors, there's no hiding the fact that we do hold, previous years it was called a mayoral dinner. We've changed the name to a Community Leadership Symposium. What's in a name? Well, as Councillor Johnson said last year, not one politician was able to attend. Many state and federal politicians were invited, And it's important that we liaise and we advocate with them because the federal government raise actually 80% of all monies raised in Australia. The state governments raise about 17% and local governments 3%. We want to have projects worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I'll take the Ellenbrook Pool for example. So far, through the state and federal government, we've raised some $42 million to proceed with that project. That is something that this council could not do without advocating at that strategic level. In the 2018 election year, we received $800 million worth of state and federal grants. The reason we have those symposiums or mayoral dinners is we get the key players, whether they be state or federal politicians, heads of departments, our adjoining local governments, in the same room at the same time, hearing our message. We make it crystal clear. We even put councillors with a brief on certain tables to talk to the politicians or a Director General of a department about what the city needs for its community. Yes, it does cost in the order, I think we stand around $30,000 for a leadership symposium, but the benefit of getting a $1 million grant, let alone a $100 million grant, just goes into insignificance when you look at the big picture, and that's what I ask councillors to do. Every year a councillor has been able to invite a guest of their choosing, someone they wish to recognise in their community. Last year you were able to invite more because some of the political parliamentarians could not attend for whatever reason. In fact, I was getting phone calls during the opening of the event from guests who had been invited saying they've just come down with COVID or they're not feeling well or they had to go and look after somebody else. So I think the events are worthwhile, but thank you. The leadership symposiums are just one aspect of this whole policy. There are a lot of others, but everyone's focused in on that one. I think they're worthwhile continuing because it serves our community to be able to get those big grant funding allocations so we can don't have to pay for everything ourselves. Thank you. I should have had 5 minutes, not 3. I'll ask the mover of the motion to finish up, and you'll get 3 minutes if you need it, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, you hit the nail on the head when you said it's not just about the mayoral symposium. That's been covered. I thought we were looking at a policy. The policy provides quite a few different points. That policy documents what we're going to do. We didn't have that policy previously. We had an events committee, and I've heard around this chamber from councillors going they don't think we should have that. With this policy, there's potential then not to have events committee. There's potential then, because it wasn't getting done before, because that committee didn't have delegation power, that this council will make the choice, the decisions. So, Mr Mayor, we look at things in the policy and we talk about citizenship ceremonies. Mr Mayor, has anyone put forward any suggestions of improvements to citizenship ceremonies? Mr Mayor, did anyone put forward any comments to this policy? And where was the feedback? Mr Mayor, there's a number of things in this policy that document what we're going to do. I, for one, think it's great now because I've actually seen it for the first time because I'm not part of the events committee. So now I know what to expect. Mr Mayor, we talked about, Councillor Catalano talked about welcome ceremonies. Maybe ask the staff. I asked the staff this week. I got a document from them, tells me what the protocol is, who they go to as well, because it was a question I had from a ratepayer, and I've asked about that one. So, Mr Mayor, there is a management practice for that. Mr Mayor, Councillor Catalano talked about the honouring freemen. I'm pretty sure without checking, but someone correct me if wrong, we've got a policy on that. So if we have got a policy on that, that's when we actually deal with it. And if you think there's too many freemen, well, you can put something in place where it limits to 3 living freemen, because I do know that that's what some councils have. I do know that some councils have a policy for freemen where you cannot be a current sitting councillor. If that's what you want to do, that's when you do it. You can bring a notice of motion to this council to ask for it to be reviewed. So I think we're actually crossing a few things here in this policy that perhaps aren't really related
You
to
have
this
1
policy.
minute left, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the policy seems a fairly well-written policy, in my opinion. Mr. Mayor, it covers most things. There are things there that perhaps we can future address, like the invite lists of different events. But Mr. Mayor, I think it's got the basis there, and as such, I support it.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion as per the staff recommendation. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 9. Those against are Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano.
I think maybe you had 10 to yours.
Yeah,
and
okay.
there's 4 against.
Councillor Richardson. I'll just ask the fours to put their hands up again. There's Jones, Bowman, Predovnik, Singh, Congdon, Lucas, Parry, Zanino, Henderson and McCulloch. That's 10 to 4. The motion is passed. Thank you, councillors. Take us to the next part, item 2.2, policy review. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I request of you the consent to make some changes to the motion that I gave notice of.
Thank you. Can you advise me what your amended motion will be?
I want to reinstate part 3.2b, 6 and 7.
3.2b, 6 and 7, and can you just very quickly explain what that is without everyone having to race
Yes, the original proposal was to remove part 6, and there was a new part to include or allow signs in roundabouts.
So you're just removing that part?
Yes, to bring back in and to exclude signage in roundabouts.
Then I consent to that alternate to your motion, councillor, and I'll call for a seconder. Councillor Congdon, is there anyone against? You wish to debate it, Councillor Bowman? Thank you. You have 5 minutes to start your debate on the item. Thank you, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, in the first instance, it is regrettable that this didn't come to a briefing because it is quite long, some 3-odd pages. And I think we could have resolved some of these issues, or pretty much all of them. I want to cover the first point in my proposal, and that is to make signs up to no more than 5 square metres in area. And the rationale behind that is that you'll see many signs in state and federal elections that will be up to that sort of size. Importantly, and the key thing, is that they have to be installed properly and safely, and so as not to cause a hazard. That's quite a departure from what the staff are saying. They're saying 1.5 square metres. 1.5 square metres doesn't even cover a banner. A banner could be 3 metres by 1.2 metres. As you can understand, that's well over 3 square metres. I'm sorry. So that, I think, the issue or the question around, well, main roads have a policy of 4.5 metres. Well, the 4.5 square metres is really not a lot of difference, so I'm happy with our 5. There's a number of other sections that have been raised. I'm just going to address those. The key points that have been raised for concern around officers' comment are things like signs shouldn't be illuminated. Well, I'm afraid technology has moved on. Edison did invent the light bulb, and we do create things like visual message signs and the like. The key thing is that the policy retains and contains that you shouldn't make them flash or rotate or the like so as to cause a distraction. So clearly, if you don't do those things, a sign such as a visual message sign, is really no different to a call flute on the side of the road. So I believe that the illuminated aspect has been dealt with. So in respect of hazards, signage hazards, you could argue all day about what is safe and what isn't. And I think staff would like to have some degree of surety around that. Well, trouble is you can't. So let's say I put up a sign on the side of the road and I don't hammer it in enough, and the wind comes along and blows it up against someone's windscreen, and there's an accident and it crashes. Well, actually, the policy says that I'm not allowed to do that. I've got to make the sign safe. So, so clearly, the policy does put some onus on the candidate to ensure that the sign's safe. And I think if the policy is followed, then that is covered. Point 4 of the officer's comment is now removed. The other question is about where do you put your notification of authorisation? Well, I can say that I've seen on state, federal and local campaigns that sometimes the authorisation goes vertically up the side of the thing, or down the bottom, or in other places. The fact of the matter is that what you have to do is you have to authorise it. And so in doing so...
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
You can put it virtually anywhere in the sign, so long as it can be seen and verified, and that's why the Act requires that it's used so that it can be verified. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. So it must be complete. And I did add, by the way, which wasn't in the original staff policy, that the address of the printer has to be also included. The other thing too is about signs and whether or not you've got something on them. Is you can sometimes have multiple signs. Well, would you put the authorisation on the last one? Well, no, you would have it on all of them. So, councillors, time is going to restrict this because it's quite lengthy, but I think the key arguments that staff have put up, I'm satisfied that they're adequately covered. But importantly, remember, this is council's policy. We have to set our policy. It's for us to set.
Thank you,
it's for
Councillor
state,
Henderson.
federal and council, not just us. Thank you.
Thank you. As the seconder, Councillor Congredon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In essence, Councillor, the alternative recommendations in this proposed policy meet modern day times. I'd just like to draw some analogies to, if we have a Labor or Liberal campaign in state or federal politics with a big bus, the sign on the bus occupies more space than 5 square metres. Billboarding, I'm talking about not a mobile billboarding or electric billboard, I'm talking about a physical billboard on the side of a building or on the edge of a highway, occupies more than 5 square metres. So why would not the councillors be given the same opportunity as a federal or state member to promote an election that's important to us as their elections are important to them? There are some other issues here to talk about. Electronic billboards. So the provision here is for a static billboard, that you can have electronic static billboard, which talks about no flashing lights, which I agree with because they are a particular hazard. But it is no different, and no disrespect to my officers to the left of me, but we in Malaga have so many electric billboards promoting the Harvey Norman sale, the Good Guys sale, the Hollywood sale, Freedom Furniture sale, and it goes on endlessly, which are these flashing billboard signs within the car park on adjacent to major roads, and we let it go on regardless. We don't go there and confiscate the signs or tell them to shut it down. It just moves, and it's a self-regulating position. So why we, as a councillors who would be running for election, shouldn't have the same opportunity as a business operator to have a billboard, I'm talking about an electronic billboard, providing it doesn't flash, pulsate, or have weird things happening on the screen, why we shouldn't have that as well? Why would we be treated any differently to that of a business operator? In relation to all the other guidelines that are in place, I think they are very sensible where you can place your signs. And I'm very pleased, Councillor, that you removed it out of the roundabout, because that is probably the worst possible sign that I come across. And it's my bugbear when we come to real estate agency. We have a proliferation of signs in roundabouts. It's very discerning, and sometimes you can't even see over the roundabout on oncoming traffic. So I'm pleased you did that. But with everything else, I'm supportive, Councillor, of this, and I'll be voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against. Councillor Bowman first.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, this goes against what I just said in the last policy. This is policy on the run. Councillor Henderson himself has made changes just at the last minute as well. And I also do agree that it's unfortunate that we didn't have a briefing on the matter. However, I do note no one actually put any submissions in when it came out to councillors for their comment. Mr Mayor, I don't think this has been thought through that well, because there's a number of issues there that I actually already see problems with. Let's start with the first one. Mr Mayor, Councillor Henderson wants the rangers to go pick up the signs. He wants the rangers to actually then let him know that he's gone and got them, and then he can go get them from there. He doesn't want to have to go and collect his signs when they don't comply. What's the cost of that, Mr Mayor, going to be? Mr Mayor, the closest edge of a sign is at least 1 metre from the edge of the carriageway so as not to obstruct a footpath. Well, Mr Mayor, if we've got a 5 metre sign, half a metre from a footpath or 1 metre from a road, and something happens, it's going to be a lot more of a safety impact than a 1.44 or 1.5 square metre sign or the traditional corflute signs. Mr Mayor, I don't know about you, but a huge sign of advertising anything, let alone some faces, that close to a road is quite distracting. Mr Mayor, there's other things on there as well that I don't think has been thought out. Perhaps we should go to section 3.6 V1, where Councillor Henderson wants to change it to 7 days after the election they may be impounded, and the candidates provide an opportunity to collect them within 10 working days, or they may be destroyed without further warning. So that's saying you've got 7 days after the election to collect your sign. And if you then don't go collect it, the signs, obviously the rangers will go collect it for you, and they can destroy them within 10 working days. What happens if a ranger finds a sign out and about 3 months later? Can they destroy it then and there, or is it 10 days? I don't know. It's quite ambiguous there. Mr Mayor, 3.6A2, inserting the following clause. The candidate has the right to challenge a city officer determination to the office of the CEO of the city. It's really good that our CEO and his office is going to be dealing with strategic issues for the next couple of months. I don't think so, because he'll be dealing with complaints. And let's face it, there's a lot of complaints that come with election signage. But what format? How's that going to work? Has that been thought out? I don't know, because we're doing policy on the run. Mentioned about a bus. Well, the bus is moving with big sign on it, and I remember one bus. There's not an issue. It's when it's stationary, parked up, and that's covered in other areas. Mr Mayor, we talk about authorisation. Well, authorisation, are we trying to do something that's actually ultra vires? Are we trying to do something that actually goes against electoral legislation? Because it quite clearly shows what authorisation is. And a little note for those who may have already been sending things out, authorising with the PO box is not a proper authorisation, and it's actually a breach of the legislation. But that's a side matter. Mr Mayor, as you can see, I'm not going to spend more time on this. Mr Mayor, we are doing this on the run. I do agree with some things in there. However, putting a policy like this up before election is not a good timing, and I think perhaps we should be deferring it till after the election. The other policy can still stay in place after the election, where potentially people aren't thinking about their election campaign. They're not thinking about anything else, and we're dealing with the policy. Mr Mayor, I cannot support this policy on the run.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Catalano first. You have 5
Thank
minutes.
you. Okay, I'm going to speak about election signs and also media protocols. Okay, election signs. I'm against this motion because I think election signage should be severely restricted by our policy because of the new preferential system. We're going to have more ward councillor candidates plus the candidate for mayor. This is going to lead to an absolute proliferation of plastic corflutes in the landscape on every road and at intersections. Right now, there's a corflute in the drain from the last Alto election on Suffolk Street. Let's do the maths. Each mayoral candidate is likely to get around 500 corflutes to cover the whole of the city. Times that by 4 or 5 mayoral candidates, that's 2,500 corflutes. Then each ward may have up to 10 candidates or even more. Maybe they'll have 30 to 50 corflutes each. That's another 500 corflutes. For each ward, times that by 5, another 2,500 corflutes. That's at least 5,000 corflutes, which are going to end up in the bin, if not in waterways and on vacant land. Complaints. Yes, we get complaints about election signage. Signage is visually distracting and environmentally wasteful. Plus, it's much more fairer for candidates to actually have the equal number of corflutes and for them to be restricted. And it's more effective. It's a more effective use of signage. Plus, there's also the candidate profile that's available on the website and that's given out in the election packages. Yes, we need to have a policy for modern day times. And it's not about going back to the future, it's about what is coming up in the future. It's about our use of plastic. It's about the kind of environments that we're creating and the examples we're setting to our community. The other thing is that if we have a restriction on the amount of corflutes and signage that's allowed to be used, this gives every candidate a level playing field and a fair go. It means that candidates who are less well off and don't have well-off syndicates behind them can also have a go at getting on council. It's much more democratic. I want to just talk about also the media protocols. For letters to the editor, only the mayor or delegate are authorised persons and should present the city positively and reflect the values of the city. I agree with that. So how could a letter to the editor published in the Echo newspaper on 18th of November 2022 be signed off simply as the City of Swan and have no authorship either from the Mayor or CEO? Would this have contravened the proposed policy that's before us? Also, would a letter to the editor in criticising individual ratepayers publicly, as in the 18th of November 2022 letter to the editor, signed by the City of Swan, would that comply with these media protocols that says that the city should be presenting information positively and reflect the values of the city? Because I don't think it's possible for the city to criticise its individuals, the ratepayers and residents, and still present the city positively and reflect the values of the city. I wanted to just quickly say that I don't agree that employees should have an impost on their own social media.
You have 1 minute left, thank you.
I think that we've recently heard that the city has had an approval rating of 95% satisfaction from residents about what we were doing. So a little bit of criticism, I don't think from staff or from anyone would actually dent that huge reputation that we have out there in the community. Anyway, criticism and comment is the hallmark of a robust democracy, and that's what we're all here to maintain. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Councillor Johnson, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In considering which way to vote on this matter, I've given due consideration to whether Councillor Henderson knows more about elections than the staff who originated the policy. So I'm sitting here and I'm asking myself, how long has Councillor Henderson been running in elections for? I'm guessing quite some time, maybe as much as 50 years. So I... I'll take that back, Mr. Mayor. So, councillors, I actually think that Councillor Henderson is very knowledgeable when it comes to elections, and having considered carefully the changes that Councillor Henderson is making, I think they're entirely reasonable. I think they provide greater freedom to election candidates, and for that reason I support them. In my view, councillors, I think we should really be eliminating restrictions on on election signage, because I think candidates just need to use their own common sense and not breach the rules of the road. I don't think we need such restrictions. And there's one area where I do agree with Councillor Catalano. I think that the number of call flukes that is produced is a serious matter that needs to be considered because of the amount of plastic and therefore the amount of pollution. I think I'd like to see some investigation into whether biodegradable signage could be used in future, but I guess we need to talk to printers about that, and maybe the signs could just sort of self-biodegrade after 60 days and we wouldn't even have to pick them up. So councillors, with that bit of wishful thinking, which isn't part of the motion, I'm going to be supporting Councillor Henderson's motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just can't see past the irony in this motion. On one hand, we are voting on a motion to maximise the exposure of a council candidate that they have to the ratepayers. Billboards, electronic signs, 5 metre squares have all been mentioned. Yet tonight we just passed a motion at 13.1 to limit the in-person exposure that the ratepayer has to this council. There is the irony. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Being no further speakers, Councillor Henderson, you can exercise your right of reply. You have 3 minutes.
I'll probably need 15 to respond, I think, Mayor. Thank you. Councillors, I just want to cover a couple of points. First things first. The High Court of Australia says you have the right to political expression. That's what this is about. Now, I believe the policy became too restrictive and, in fact, even could be challenged in the Supreme Court. So, and I want to pick up on Councillor Bowman's point about policy. Yeah, it needed quite a few parts trimmed up and cleaned up. And the fact of the matter is that no one else did, so I picked it up and I cleaned it up. Now, we can perhaps pick on a few points here and there. The roundabouts issue, which is now out, was in fact to control what would go in roundabouts because the limits to do with safety and hazards. So I'm more than happy with it out, by the way, more than happy. So the thing is, how do you rebuild a policy? Well, I think we have a good balance now to cover the key points that have been raised in the debate. Councillor Catalano talks about the residents having the right to being able to speak significantly and almost endlessly. Yet she then turns around and says, well, your legal right to political expression should be limited. Well, something wrong with that. That's a little bit of a problem for me. So the point is that councillors won't be able to afford the sort of money that state and federal campaigns spend on these things. And I would expect councillors to utilise things like visual messaging boards and the like, because
1 minute left. Thank you.
Thank you. Because they're not going to splatter the whole countryside with plastic. In the past, we used to use cardboard, by the way, and put them on sandwich boards. That would be great, but unfortunately, they don't last in the rain. So anyway, who can afford to put out hundreds of signs at $10 to $15 each as a councillor? I don't think too many. I don't think we're going to see the numbers that have been expressed this evening. Councillors, we need a starting point. I think this is a good starting point for us to be able to progress to this next round of council elections, but also the state and federal elections, because it covers all of those. I think the balance is now right to be able to have fair and balance for all sides of politics. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now put your motion, Councillor Henderson. Those in favour of Councillor Jones, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 10. Those against are Councillors Bowman, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Richardson. The motion is passed 10 to 4. That takes us to the next item. It's item 3.1, Women's Wellness Program Trial. It's on page 97 of your agenda. Councillor Parry.
Mr. Mayor, I wish to call for a 10-minute break now, as we might have some time-sensitive issues that we may need to address. So can I call for 10 minutes now? We can talk to staff about that. I think that might be worthwhile.
Councillor Parry's is suggesting we have our 10-minute break 10 minutes early. Is there anyone against that? Then we can convene back here at 8 p.m. Thank you, councillors. 7, councillor Parry. Just speak up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion is that that council resolve to adopt option 3 of the council report and cease to continue the Women's Wellness Program. 2, record the reason that that all local government facilities should be available to all residents for the time that the facilities are open, no matter what race, religion or sex.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. Councillor Parry, you have 5 minutes to open your debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is the 4th time this has come to council, and I think I've been very consistent on this issue, and the fact that we should provide egalitarian measures when we provide our facilities for local government. I believe this contradicts the Equal Opportunity Act of 1984, which does not allow sexual discrimination under sport, except for competitive sports, and provision of goods, facilities and services as well. I've also read an email from Tracy Cave, who Councillor McCulloch may use in her debate, stating that diversity and inclusion matters. I wish to raise some points in regards to this. Nothing is stopping anyone from using our current classes, nothing. The City of Swan is not discriminating on anyone. I see different types of races, religions and sex at that swimming pool all the time as well. I see this as not inclusive, but I see this as an exclusion act. Now, I have a few questions to ask councillors. If this was based on race and not sex, how would you vote? If this was based on religion and not sex, how would you vote? How would you vote if this was a male-only wellness program? How would you vote? When you hear Martin Luther King's speech, I have a dream. I have a dream that my 4 children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the colour of their skin or sex, but by the content of their character. Do you disagree with that statement? When you sing the Australian National Anthem for We Are One and Free, do you truly believe that, or does that exclude City of Swan assets between 3:30 and 5:30 and 7:30? My councillors, this is a principled argument for me. Local government should not exclude anyone from using our facilities. If there are any private institutions that want to do this program, I would fully support it. But we are here to represent the residents as a whole, not individual sex. I've raised many issues to attempt to improve facilities for women to participate in sport. That is clearly shown in the minutes as well. I truly believe, and as a father of a daughter as well, that the only way to improve women's participation in sports is to improve sporting facilities, not to exclude the other half of the population. Again, have a good long hard think about how you vote tonight, because if you vote for this, my question is, where will it stop?
Thank you. Councillor Catalano is the seconder.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. It's okay. Yeah, I've also been consistent on this issue and in opposing it. The officer's report states, this is just some of the practical aspects of it, the report states that in the previous trial there were operational challenges, including that they had to get additional female staff, there was manual engineering to ensure privacy, and that there was a lot of negative disgruntled customers who weren't eligible to enter or use the pool at that time. And most likely that was a lot of men. You know, it's one thing that we've provided different genders with safe spaces in which to change their clothes and shower, and women have had those for generations, and they've come to expect them. But it's really another thing to utilise existing public facilities now for exclusive use by one sector or one gender of the community only. That is exclusive. That is not inclusive. And previous generations of women in Australia have fought for the right to be included in public spaces that were previously the exclusive use of one gender or one sex, and that being previously the exclusive use of men. And women have fought to be included in those spaces. it doesn't make sense now for them to say that men should be excluded from spaces that they want to occupy. Women fought to be included in general entry and the use of our swimming and sporting facilities over the generations. We share our beaches. There's no problem with us all sharing our beaches. It's the Australian way of life, and it's the one that we've come to expect. Individuals can cover up if they want to, if they don't want their body to be seen. It's an individual choice. And the city just simply does not have the resources to meet individual preferences and provide dedicated spaces for the needs of individuals. The city currently doesn't have the luxury of empty swimming pools for exclusive use by any sectors of the community. Everyone is paying out of their rates for these facilities, and therefore, as Councillor Parry said, everyone should be afforded entry. It is the principle of universality. And just to briefly say, this is not a simple matter, and as time goes on, it will not be any more of a simple matter, because we also now will have to consider what happens in cases of people who are transgender or transitioning. So I think this has to be, we have to consider that our public spaces are there for everyone. That is inclusive.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Many of us come from a very privileged position and can't, in any true honesty, relate to the particular circumstances of the female participants that took part in this trial program. I didn't support this motion when it first came to council. However, following the trial and the feedback from the participants in it, I'll be voting tonight to offer the second trial, which is the officer's recommendation, so I'll foreshadow that. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Sorry, for the motion. Councillor Congredon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, I'd like to direct you to page 100 on diligent, and the first paragraph and the, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth paragraph. The first paragraph talks about the verbal abuse that the staff were receiving from very unhappy customers who were turned away as patrons of the facility. And then the other paragraph, 6, talks about the potential loss of some $11,520 from the membership revenue program if the same trial continues further on, plus the additional staff expenses. I don't think we should have a divisive policy that says you're allowed to attend, but the male component is not allowed to attend. I don't think it's fair that our staff should be abused by anyone at any one of our facilities or anyone in the city at all. And I think we need to reassess our position, as Councillor Catalano has stated, into the future of what we're going to do with all forms of sexual preference. So I can't support this moving forward, and I hope that those people that wish to use our aquatic facilities do so and dress accordingly to the code. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Councillor, I'll take Councillor McCulloch first. You have a question. Thank you, Councillor McCulloch. You have 5 minutes if you need it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, tonight we have this before us to consider a second trial, a trial outside the scope of our regular hours of the leisure centres. I think that that's prudent. Councillors, staff have spent the time, they've been diligent in working through the potential challenges and the nuances of this initiative. Yes, I want to see some consistency. So I want to see those opportunities opened up for the out-of-hours potential utilisation, as we've seen the City of Stirling and Canning to great success, where they have seen that as a workable opportunity. There's lots of words around exclusion of residents and ratepayers. Councillors, I want you to think about it in a roundabout sense. I think in some ways this is exclusion of a small minority for no fault of their own, whether it is religious, sex, race, or identity. I think that there are some considerations there where we want to be including these residents and ratepayers and give them an opportunity to be part of something that all of our residents and ratepayers have an opportunity to access. We live in an incredibly multicultural society. The City of Swan is such a diverse community. And we are seeing transitions in society, and we're going to continue to see those in the coming years. Councillor Howlett spoke about it as well. We're going to see, and we are seeing, those issues where we're looking at transgender, we're looking at other individuals in society who identify in different realms. We're looking at how to approach that, how to support these individuals. This is no different. This is looking at how to approach and support these individual women who, through no fault of their own, sex, race, religion, self-identity, domestic violence, mastectomies, where they feel they can't turn up to a leisure centre with members of the opposite sex there because it is just too hard. So we might be considering the operational challenges. I don't think they are too considerable compared to the benefits for some of these people. So something that we can work through and that staff have already spoken to in the report, outside the realms of the opening hours. Councillors, there were there was some contacts, 12 in support, there was 1 inquiry, there were 6 concerns, 165,000 residents, 928 attendees, 928 attendees, people that would not have potentially been able to access if we hadn't provided this opportunity. The opening hours, over the course of a week, 89 hours. This trial and program, 2 hours. And now we're just asking for a second trial to exist outside of the opening hours. And I don't think that is too much to ask. There were some comparative financials. Yes, there were other things to consider, but again, I don't think, and in the future when we're considering the transitions in our society, we are not going to be able to put a price on some of these things where our communities and who they are accommodated for and supported. We can't put a price on that all the time. It is not just down to dollars and cents. And for a woman who has come as a migrant from a background of trauma, who can come in and actually be part of something, and maybe down the track she can transition to being a part of the bigger leisure centre program because she's been through a transition and she's grown through that and she's overcome stuff. Or to the woman in Gidgigana who's had the mastectomy and has suffered huge trauma, illness and acceptance and self-esteem issues that just can't front up to a leisure centre where there are men. And they're her reasons. But if that gives her an opportunity to transition and grow through, then you can't put a price on that either.
Thank you, Councillor McCulloch.
So, councillors, yes, I would encourage you to not support this motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Speaker for the motion. A question. Yes, Councillor Bowman, you have a question to staff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, have staff tried working together with a private learn-to-swim operator, for example, State Swim in Allenbrook, which has facilities that currently close at 1 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday, is there an option to partner with them?
Mr Bishop?
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. So as I understood the question is there potential for the city to partner with a private sector learn to swim organisation like State Swim to run such a program? Yes, I guess theoretically there is. The city hasn't explored that option. This matter was generated as a specific request of council, a notice of motion, and it was to investigate an option at Swan Active Beachborough. Yeah, we haven't engaged in any discussions to that effect, but I do understand the intent.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'll be foreshadowing a motion that we defer the item to discussions can be had with State Swim Ellenbrook and any other private operator in the City of Swan.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, you want to speak against the motion?
For it.
For it? Please continue.
Yeah, thank you. Councillors, I draw your attention to page 115 of the agenda. And it says, there's a very interesting bit of feedback there. It says, there was one particular piece of feedback that stood out concerning the issue of religious bias. The feedback came from a lady who was originally from Iran, and she expressed her disappointment that her husband and child were refused entry into the aquatic facility. The lady's perspective was that she had left a country where religion was often used as a basis for segregation and restriction, and she was disheartened that she faced similar obstacles here. Now, councillors, in my view, people move to Australia to get away from things like segregation and restriction or other sort of biases against people. So it's clear that we should not be importing into Australia ideas that are coming in from the outside. We should be proud of our ideals and our equalities. And for that reason, I'm supporting Councillor Parry's motion. Now, the first time round, councillors, I voted for the trial because although I had some misgivings, I thought it would be interesting to see what the outcome was. And the outcome is pretty much as I expected. And I think this lady's feedback saying that she didn't expect to find segregation and restriction in Australia, and it disheartened her, is a message we need to take on board, and we need to ensure that all our facilities are equally open to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, we got a very, very detailed report from staff. Perhaps some of that we could have got when we first came to council. But, Mr Mayor, it's a bit disappointing from me that we haven't explored other options in this detailed report. And unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to talk to Ellenbrook State Swim. But I noticed that trying to find times to do the trial has been hard. If we're going to go with the officer's recommendation, it's going to be later at night. But there's a facility privately owned that's not doing anything from 1 o'clock onwards that I believe, because it's closed, on a Saturday and Sunday. And I think it's imperative that we don't have to rush in and make this decision now, that we actually defer it to allow officers to go ask, is that a possibility? So we can have all the facts, all the information. Because wouldn't it be great if we could actually help State Swim to provide this service so those who feel uncomfortable for whatever reason can continue to learn to swim. So, Mr Mayor, I'm against this recommendation at the moment because I think we need to do a little bit more. I don't think there needs to be a rush, and I think we can actually find out if there is an opportunity to partner with a private.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Henderson.
Councillors, I don't believe that you can please all of the people all of the time. And that's really a part and parcel of this. There will always be someone in a minority. For instance, men. Some men actually absolutely can't stand the look of their overweight or their the way they present. They don't like going to public facilities because of that. So they're in the minority, and that's, I think, one of the key issues here. If you could have 100% of something, you'd be doing amazingly well. So I support this because it puts balance to the argument about the stigma for some women. The key here is about equality. I support wholly what has been proposed. We've had a trial. The trial, in my view, has not been overly successful. Some people have had some benefit, but it would seem that others haven't. So I think we have got to do the right thing by all of our ratepayers, but more importantly, we've got to make sure that we uphold the fundamental, and that's the rights that we all have, and that is we are equal. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion? Any other speakers for or against the motion? Then before you write a reply, Councillor Perry, I'll enter the debate. I'll give the timer 5 minutes. Councillor Congdon, thank you. Hopefully I won't take that long. Councillors, this is can be a divisive subject, but I think the main difference between the first trial and the second trial is that the second trial is going to be held outside of normal opening hours. So the lady from Iraq, I think it was, or Iran, who said she was disappointed when she turned up with a husband and child and said, sorry, this is a woman's only session, she will not be disadvantaged. So the trial used to go from 2:30 p.m. on a Sunday through to 5:30 p.m. Now they won't even start until 5:30 p.m. after normal operating hours. So no one is disadvantaged because normally the pool would be closed to everyone, man, woman and child. I think if we could just save one life by giving the people who never grew up in a country where swimming was second nature. When you went to primary school here, you usually had to go to a swimming school program. Swimming up around the Swan River, beaches, or wherever you came from in the state, I started swimming up at Whitnum Gorge by jumping into to the water courses off the rock faces when I was 3 or 4. I'm a good swimmer. I want that to translate, and if we can just save one life in the next 20 years because someone had that opportunity to learn how to swim, and remember, this is a trial. The report of the second trial will come back with, I'm sure, with a lot less negative impact because no one will be disadvantaged because normally the pool would be shut. Then I think it's well worthwhile. I'm aware in the last 12 months, 3 young ladies have drowned in the city of Swan in open water courses. Everyone knows the 2 young girls from the car in Allenbrook. And some of you may not be aware, another young lady died at a water course in Beachborough in the last couple of months. There's a girl who most probably never learned how to swim, and when she fell into the water, could not get out. So if we can just save one life, I think the small amount of money that we are spending on this trial will be well worth it. I encourage you to support the officer's recommendation for a further trial outside the normal hours of operation, so therefore no one will be excluded. And we are a multicultural society. I say it every month at citizenship ceremonies. This is how we embrace our community. It makes it stronger, us stronger through our diversity, but they just need the opportunity, A, to socialise. If they become accustomed to it, they might then want to enter during normal operating hours. I won't go on. I'm sure you've made your own mind up already and nothing further I can say, but I support the officer's recommendation of a second trial. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Parry. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First things first, let's clear up a few issues. One thing was discussed about price. Nothing over the last 4 debates about this issue I've declared anything about price. And that's very rare for me, by the way, councillors, I'd like to add. I don't discuss figures in this issue. This is a principled argument about egalitarianism, and I've been consistent about that all the way through. Now, in regards to saving one life, I'm not asking them to stop them swimming or anything else like that, Mr. Mayor. What I'm saying is that we can provide funding to do it for private sectors like we do with the Kaleidoscope initiative that we've done for other multicultural societies as well. If you put that up in a motion, Mr. Mayor, I'll be more than happy to support that as well. But in regards to principles of the matter, or consistent applications, I believe there's one consistent application that we need to look at, and that's being Australian, in which we believe in democracy, liberty, and freedom of expression as well. We do not exclude anyone in this country. We should not exclude anyone, race, religion, or sex, no matter what they are, who they are, how they look like. It is completely irrelevant in Australian society, in my opinion. I think that the lady, unfortunately, Councillor Johnson took away my thunder in regards, because I was hoping they were going to respond to that comment about the Iranian person. You know, the Iranians' women's rights is 140th of 144 nations in the world in regards to women's rights. And she's saying that that's about Australian as you can get, I believe, saying that I want egalitarianism. That's basically what she's saying. And that's all I'm saying. That's what Councillor Catalano is saying as well. I think we should just look forward to other options, because it simply was not explored by the state swim option as well. I'm not saying we don't allow women to swim at all. I believe that we should use our facilities for all residents that we have in the City of Swan. That's all I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion of Councillor Parry. Those in favour? I have Councillor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Parry and Councillor Henderson. I make that 5. Those against, Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Singh, myself, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 9. The motion is lost 9-5. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, if I could move the officer's recommendation.
Well, I don't believe you foreshadowed it in your debate, Councillor McCulloch, so I'm going to have to defer to Councillor Bowman, who foreshadowed okay. I didn't remember Councillor McCulloch stating it. Councillor Howard, have you foreshadowed it? I'll now ask you to move that recommendation.
Yep, I'm just foreshadowing that we're moving the officer's recommendation.
It's on page 118 of the, and you're seconding it, Councillor McCulloch. Is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Okay, well, I've got a mover and a seconder. I'll take the question first.
Mr Mayor, as I've foreshadowed a motion, albeit after Councillor Howard, if this item's lost, will it then go to my foreshadow item, which is to defer the issue until staff can have discussions with State Swim Ellenbrook?
You'll be the next person to be able to move a motion, depending on the outcome of this one, Councillor Bowman. Thank you. So I've got a mover in Councillor Howlett, a seconder in Councillor McCulloch. There's people against. You wish to debate it? No? Anyone wish to debate it? Then I'll put it straight to the motion or to the count. Those in favour of the officer's recommendation, I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Richardson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 9. The motion is passed. Those against were Councillor Bowman, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Parry and Councillor Henderson, which is 5. The motion is passed 9-5. Thank you, councillors. That takes us to item 4.1. It's the proposed amendment regarding Rosehill Waters. And I believe you wanted to speak against it, Councillor Catalano. Is that correct? I'll need a motion first, councillors. You're moving the officer's recommendation, Councillor Parry. You're seconding it, Councillor Bowman. Is there anyone against? Yes. And you wish to speak against it? Yes. Thank you. Then you don't wish to open the debate. Councillor Bowman? No. Councillor Catalano, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. In August 2022, this council listened to the community and unanimously refused to change the boundaries at the Rosehill state. In May this year, the Western Australian Planning Commission, a state government authority, approved it. Councillors are elected by City of Swan electors, residents and ratepayers, or they are residents and ratepayers. Council made a decision that was overturned by the WAPC, and now the WAPC want council to approve their decision. What happened to our democracy? Yes, there's legislation, the Planning and Development Act, I believe, that says that council will endorse this WAPC decision within, I believe, 90 days, but it doesn't say that it must. I don't believe it is the role of this council to rubber stamp decisions made by the state government. Nor is it our role as councillors to be used as shields for decisions made by the state government and then, following on from that, blame for the decisions made by the state government, as happens so often. Oh, the City of Swan, they went and did it anyway. I'm not here to approve amendments that I don't support and that the community doesn't support. Tidying up boundaries along the Helena River foreshore is, in my mind, not a justifiable reason because of the detrimental environmental impacts to the Helena River and the tributary flowing into the Helena River, and because the exchange of public open space is not like for like or quality for quality, and there's an overall loss of parks and recreation. That's not to mention the loss of invaluable creek line with ancient vegetation and the mature flooded gums. Plus, the loss of an Aboriginal site. I walked down there and I wasn't even there 5 minutes. I was with an elder and I wasn't even there 5 minutes, and she found church artefacts on that area now that's going to be built over with houses. And maybe that's the reason why it was not included in the original development. We heard from a deputy at the Agenda Forum that the proposal for a tavern and cafe and all the other sweeteners that have been used to persuade the community that this is a good idea, that this realignment of the boundaries is a good idea, have not been confirmed. And the Perth Airport noise issues still remain unaddressed. I can't support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. You speaking for or against the motion, Councillor Johnson? Thank you. I'll ask once again, is there a speaker for the motion? No speakers for. Councillor Johnson will speak against.
Yeah, thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Mayor. I forgot for a moment there, it wasn't an alternate motion, it is, we're opposing the officer's recommendation. Councillors, we are not a rubber stamp. We're not here to be a rubber stamp. We are here to represent our community. And when this came before council, it was absolutely clear what the community wanted. They did not support this this amendment, what was at that time a proposed amendment to the local planning scheme. And council voted unanimously to oppose the amendment. The idea that WAPC has taken the power away from us, and they decide, and then they send it back to us and demand that we just sort of rubber stamp it in, I don't think it is appropriate, and I think we need to exert our authority here and say, no, we're absolutely clear. The community do not want this change, so therefore we're going to vote against it, and we are not going to adopt Amendment 217. So that's why I'm opposed to the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion? Any speakers for or against the motion? And perhaps I've got a question of either Mr. Vanderlyn or Mr. Russell. In the on page 119, gentlemen, under the key issues, the second last dot point states section 124(3) of the Planning and Development Act 2005 requires Council to take steps to address the above inconsistencies arising from MRS Amendment number 1369 of 57 by initiating an amendment to its local planning scheme within 90 days, which is before the 24th of August this year. Yet the following dot point says, whilst not required to comply with section 124(3) of the Planning and Development Act, the applicant wishes to further amend the city's LPS 17 by adjusting the spatial extent. So are we obliged under that section of the Planning and Development Act to conform, or we have an option in not conforming? Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. It's as it reads. We've got to effect the changes to bring the extent of the local planning scheme into compliance with the Metropolitan Region scheme. But in relation to the bits and pieces between the land transferring between Precinct 1 and Precinct 2 and the scheme provisions, you don't need to modify that respect. So you only, in law, you only need to bring it into consistency in the first sense. The second bit, you don't have to. So it's a bit of both.
Thank you. I'll ask again, are there any other speakers for or against? Being no other speakers, Councillor Parry, your right to reply. You wish to put it straight to the vote? Okay, those in favour of the officer's recommendation, I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which I make is 10. Those against are Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, which is 3. The motion is carried. You'll note that Councillor Richardson has left the chambers and that we're down to 13 councillors and she's not returning for the night. Thank you. The motion is passed 10 votes to 3. That takes us to the next item, which is item 4.2, proposed MRS Amendment 1403 of 57, Whiteman Screen Production Facilities on page 137. Councillor Henderson, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that Council resolve to 1, advise the WAPC that the City of Swan objects to MRS Amendment 1403/57, Whiteman Screen Production Facility. 2, request that confirmation be provided regarding the following matters. A, timing for development of the regional sporting complex and associated infrastructure identified for the Whiteman vicinity pursuant to the North East Sub-Region Planning Framework, and B, future opportunities to comment on the draft PCA 174 Master Plan, which is expected to be finalised approximately mid-2024. And 3, record the reason for not supporting the MRS proposal is that the proposed use is commercial in nature, which does not accord with the purpose of the land being a public purpose. 2, proposed use will utilise land that needs to be retained for future generations within the northeast region of Perth per the original land acquisition agreement.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? No. You don't wish to debate it? I'll ask again, does anyone wish to debate it? I'm sorry, I can't take that from you, Councillor Catalano as the seconder. Then I'm obliged to put the motion to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Henderson's motion, please raise your hand. I have Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Henderson, which is 4. Those against, it's Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino and Councillor McCulloch, which is 9. The motion is lost. I'm looking for a recommendation, councillors. Moving the officer's recommendation, Councillor Bowman, you're second it, Councillor Congdon. Thank you. Anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. You can open your debate if you don't wish to do so, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Congdon is the seconder. Councillor Catalano, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. There are so many reasons why I can't support this amendment that we're supposed to agree to. Environmental. this area has a lot of kangaroos, known to the locals as the Brabham Boys. And we know they've already been displaced from Brabham and Henley Brook development, or proposed development there, with absolutely dire consequences. And the area is also wetlands. Building over this land will have an adverse impact on the Nangara Mound, which is Perth's water supply. There will be a loss of public open space, parks and recreation, which is a valuable commodity in Perth, especially in that area of the growth corridor where we've got high density residential. We've got to keep every bit of public open space we can. And then there are planning reasons. The train station at Malaga, which is effectively adjacent to this proposal, is of little significance to the screen facility, as the facility users are unlikely to be high users of the train station. I mean, we've got to get real. You won't see any celebrities coming out of Malaga train station to make the walk across to Marshall Road. It's not a good use of land around a transport hub. It is effectively a large warehouse with very few people and a lot of cars and trucks coming in and out. Now we've got the Malaga station, so that should be located in the middle of a residential community. If anything's going to be built in that area, which I don't agree with at all, and I have opposed the Malaga station because of that, the idea that you've got a station in the middle of what's effectively a public open space area, and now you're going to put effectively warehousing next to it. I mean, it completely defies all logical planning principles. The state government is just trying to get around the loss of Perth's critical green lungs, habitat and water supply by calling it a public purpose. What a joke, and the joke is on us. This is not a special use, as it will be used as it won't be used as a government utility, not a school or a hospital or any of those kind of things. Rather, it's for a use that is market-led, we've been told, and from that, I can assume, and others can assume, that it's going to be for profit and commercial gain. So I suggest the zoning should be for commercial or light industrial because it's going to effectively be a big set of sheds. Obviously, the state government does what it wants, but that doesn't mean that I have to agree. Now, this is the second item on the agenda tonight, with the previous one, where the state government has made a decision that will adversely impact on me as a councillor, because I'm the one that's going to have to take the flak from the community for decisions that are made above my head. And yet I'm going to be the one, as a City of Swan councillor, the City of Swan, they're useless, they make the wrong decisions. I'm going to have to wear the flak. What am I? What is my role? Am I just here to be the foil for bad decision and bad planning decisions? Develop a film industry, but not on precious land for the people and the environment that has been set aside for decades for parks and recreation. Don't develop film industry near a transport hub. Don't develop it on land that has important and critically endangered, it's getting to that point, environmental qualities. But that's what the state government has done, and I'm supposed to endorse it because it's what the state government has done. That is a circular argument that defies logic, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Henderson, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Councillor Catalano covered a few points there that I don't necessarily agree with, but the principle is, to me, is the key here. First things first, the WAPC have approved it on the 12th of June. So here we are, we're a rubber stamp. Now, I could talk for hours about the PCA boundary that had been taken from Whiteman Park, but I don't have ours. The land was originally Priority 1 water resource, and when the current government gained power, bang, slam, Priority 3, well, we could build houses all over it, we could do all sorts of stuff, we could even build a movie studio, or what other industrial facility could they consider? I think the key thing here is that we have land that has an original intent for use, and that's for public purpose. A film studio, albeit owned by the state and leased to a company for industrial purposes, commercial purposes, is, in my view, an abuse of process. And I think the key thing about that is that we have a responsibility to stand up and say, well, hang on a minute, future years, future generations would like to be able to say, okay, we want to put some kind of facility there. There's no land left because all the developers have gone out there big time and they've burnt every square inch of land and sold it, but there's such little available space. Now you might think that's a lot of space. Yeah, it's a couple of hundred acres. A couple of hundred acres over 100 years in the future is going to be absolutely valuable space to the community. That's the key here. Could I suggest that if we oppose this motion, it sits in limbo. We wouldn't actually say to the WAPC we support it or not. That'd send a message, wouldn't it? The fact of the matter is they need a message because they want us to simply go tick, tick, tick a box. I can't tick a box on this one because this is land that, if you look at the history, you look at what it was intended for and what it should be for the future, and what's being proposed. It's a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. What? Because they can. The land was never put into A-class reserve because the WA Planning Commission owns all of Whiteman Park. They own it in fee simple. That's the disgrace of all this. And one of these days, if they have their way, they're going to keep nibbling away. They knocked down thousands of trees along Drumpilia. Not part of the debate, I get it. I just want to make a point that more land was taken there for that before someone jumps down my throat. The key thing here is that I would like councillors to consider the ramifications of us just rubber stamping things, that our responsibilities to the community and the future, and to send a message. So please think hard about what we can do with this motion, councillors. Refuse it and let it sit in limbo. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Speaker for the motion, Councillor McCulloch. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we can talk about what's gone on before. We can debate that till the cows come home. But this subject site is located within the WAPC's planning control area. It's an area that's required for civic, cultural amenities, parks, schools and car parking. The development of a screen production facility is compatible with that general intent. And I know things change and they change in ways that may be out of our control. But this public purpose special use classification is going to facilitate the development of a strategically important facility, benefits our public, drives economic growth to in turn again benefit the public and the greater city of Swan. Our arts and culture communities across the state have been crying out for state-of-the-art facilities like this. And councillors, we have the opportunity to have it in our midst, right on our doorstep, benefiting our residents, ratepayers, businesses and the wider Perth community. So it is noted, and it is there in our reports and officer comments, that the growth of the creative industries has been identified as a key area under the state's government's economic diversification strategy. And I know even within the City of Swan, there are economic drivers and considerations that we need to address as we move forward for our residents and ratepayers and rates in perpetuity. So, I think it's important that we are going to look at growing those creative industries and that they are going to create local jobs and add to the vibrancy of our community. I don't believe we are just a rubber stamp. We have place and purpose. Sometimes things are a little bit skew-with, but I think we've got to look at a bigger vision for the City of Swan, and we've got to take so many things into consideration. And for our future focus planning, I would encourage you to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's quite a lot been said about whether we're a rubber stamp or not tonight, and I'm quite minded of our position as an important local government, and as councillors, we are responsible to our community to make effective decisions. We are not here simply to do what the state government tells us to do. I'm minded of that in particular, councillor, because something comes to mind. I do recall Ken Wyatt once telling me that as a councillor I was elected directly into cabinet, and I thought, oh, that's interesting, because he told me as a backbench MP, and as he was at the time, he didn't actually have much influence over anything. Councillors, we have an important role to play here, and when I read what it says here in the report, in the recently approved development application documentation, it is noted that the growth of the creative industries has been identified as a key area under the state government's economic diversification strategy for the Western Australian economy. So what they're saying is that they're a bit worried that all this iron ore and LNG and wheat farming and lithium mining and all the other industrial activities that we're involved in, I'm thinking in particular of the energy transition as well, which is taking place in Western Australia, is something we need to diversify away from. And maybe out here in Western Australia, we can build an equivalent size industry through encouraging creative industries. To me, it's not credible. And I think as a local government with serious responsibilities, we need to consider whether this is a realistic strategy, and if it's not a realistic strategy, which I don't believe it is, why are we giving up an important piece of public open space? I think we need to send a message to the state government that this is just plain wrong. They need to go back to basics and have a look at what this state does, and we ain't going to suddenly make a lot of money by making films. Even Hollywood isn't making much money out of films these days, councillor. So I think it's a waste of space. It's the wrong thing to do. We're not a rubber stamp for the state government, so I'm opposed to the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Then, before I hand back to you, Councillor Bowman, I'll enter the debate very quickly. Councillors, I've heard arguments against this, is that it's an ecological and environmental issue. The only thing that's an ecological and environmental issue is the number of kangaroos and cattle that graze on that denuded ground. And in fact, it says so in the report. It's within the Whiteman Park lands. It's owned by the WAPC, but it's been considered by the Whiteman Park Board to be non-essential to the operation of the integrity of the park. Why? Because it's well south of the park proper. The site in question is located within land that is primarily cleared of vegetation, does not contain any threatened or priority ecological communities, and the site is not located within or abutting a bush site forever area. If we've had the opportunity to have this, and I forget how many tens of millions of dollars, facility built within the City of Swan, very close, and I admit most probably people going to work there in the future. Hopefully some will be residents of the City of Swan. Maybe some will catch a train, but most probably won't. But I think that we have to look at things and once again get the right balance. This is not part of Whiteman Park that's ever going to be put up for other activities in the park proper. The former manager of Whiteman Park advised me that the kangaroos will destroy 28 different types of native plants, and once they are gone, they will never come back. So there's actually an overpopulation. I thought I heard Councillor Catalano said that the kangaroos are known as the Brabham boys. Well, this area is known as Bennett Springs. There's nothing to do with Brabham. The kangaroos...
Point of order. Point of order.
What's your point?
They are known as the Brabham boys. I've been told that, and it's got nothing to do with Bennett Springs or anything else. And they are there.
Councillor, I can't confirm whether they are or they aren't called the Brabham boys. I'm sorry, so
no,
I'll
that's what they've been.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Mayor.
Yes, Councillor.
This isn't about a pile of kangaroos. This is about the land that's been taken for another purpose.
You don't have a point of order either, Councillor. Continue.
Just rebutting an item that was brought up in the debate of Councillor Catalano, that it was an environmental or ecological issue. I do not see it as such. I've spoken personally to the former manager, said the environment's under threat because of the amount of kangaroos and cattle that are allowed to graze on that denuded land. Just like you spoke about the thousands of trees that were removed from the Drumpilia roadside, Councillor Henderson, to facilitate Metronet, the train to Ellenbrook. So I support the officer's recommendation. I think it's once again gets the right balance, and I'll hand over to Councillor Bowman to conclude the debate. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I'm not going to talk too much. I'm not going to talk about the Malaga train station because I'm not sure if you've been past lately, but I can see the track's already there, so that's not going to be moving. And if there was going to be a proper development there, it would be a TOD. Mr Mayor, I hear a number of things spoken in this chamber. One thing that wasn't mentioned was in the officer's recommendation, which is what we're recommending adopting.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Johnson.
If it's not been mentioned in debate, then Councillor Bowman shouldn't be raising it in his right of reply.
Yes, I uphold your your point of order, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Bowman, you should be aware that your right of reply can only counter those items that were raised in debate in proper, not introduce new information. No one's mentioned it, so I ask you not to mention it and stick to your reply. Thank you.
That's okay, Mr Mayor. I was wondering if I'd get away with that one. Mr Mayor, we talk about public purposes. There seems to be a disagreement in this chamber that it's not a public purpose. But read the last paragraph of the officer's recommendation, because that quite clearly spells it out. If you don't want a public purpose, do you want to actually make it industrial or urban? That is far worse. Let me read out the last paragraph of the officer's recommendation. Considering that the development has already been approved, which we've talked about, so it's already been approved, and if council does not support the public purpose special use reservation, the alternative will be zone it industrial urban under the MRS, which in the longer term will not support the preservation of the public ownership of the land to the extent that the public purpose reservation will. Mr Mayor, to me that says it all there, and I'll close my debate there.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. I'll now put the motion, which is the officer's recommendation, to the count. Those in favour, please raise your hand. I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor McCulloch. I make that 9. Those against are Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett. Are you voting, Councillor Catalano and Councillor Henderson, which is 4. The motion is passed 9-4, which is the right numbers. We have 13 councillors in the chamber. Thank you. That takes us to the next item, item 4.3, State Administrative Tribunal request for reconsideration, the refusal of the proposed telecommunications infrastructure in Sacramento Avenue, Beachborough. Councillor Catalano.
Yes, thank you. That council not reconsider its decision of 13th December 2022 pertaining to, oh, hang on, sorry, I should just read off the board actually because I don't have, okay, I'll start again. Motion that the council resolve to, 1, note the invitation of the State Administrative Tribunal made pursuant to Section 31 of the State Administrative Tribunal Act 2004, A, reconsider its decision. Yes, okay, reconsider its decision of December 2022 pertaining to the proposed telecommunications infrastructure at Lot 1, number 131, Sacramento Avenue, Beachborough, and not reconsider its decision of December 13th, 2022, and not approve the application for telecommunications infrastructure at Lot 1, number 13, Sacramento Avenue, Beachborough, in the proposed revised location. 2, record the reason is that the mobile phone tower at this location will adversely impact on the amenity of this part of Beachborough, which is predominantly residential, and 2, the adverse impacts of the mobile phone tower outweigh the benefits to mobile users in Beachborough and provide no improvements in suburbs that are significantly affected by poor mobile coverage, such as Caversham and Dayton.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Howlett. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Thank you. You have 5 minutes to open your debate, Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. In December 2022, this council agreed to refuse the Telecoms Tower, the Telstra Telecoms Tower at Sacramento Avenue on the corner there with Amazon Drive, as it will impact on the amenity of the predominantly residential area of Beachborough, with adverse impacts outweighing the benefits to users. The motion that was approved by council in December last year did not give anyone at the city the authority to query whether Telstra would be willing and able to move the proposed tower to a revised location on the lot. It was a refusal. I also attended the April mediation with SAT, and I pointed out that any benefit of the tower was at the expense of the Beachborough community's interest in protecting the amenity and visual character of this part of Beachborough, which is something that local residents want to protect because they're proud to live there. It's a local area, they've lived there a long time, and they like the area and they want it, the visual amenity to be protected. I wonder if there's a perception out there that somehow Beachborough people will put up with any old thing in their community. Well, they've said no. I've circulated the petition today of approximately 140 signatures, and we've had the hard copy tonight, of residents living close to this proposed tower, and it reads, Council, do not approve Telstra's telecommunications tower being built on any part of the lot corner of Amazon Drive and Sacramento Avenue. This is a residential suburb, and this tower will negatively impact on our amenities. These people love the amenity of their area and they want to protect it. Continuing this matter in SAT, to oppose the appeal, which is effectively appeal, for the location of a tower on this lot has, I believe, a good chance of succeeding for these reasons. The objectives of the Western Australian Planning Commission State Planning Policy 5.2, Telecommunications Infrastructure. The objectives are that there be no unnecessary proliferation of telecoms tower infrastructure and that the visual impact of infrastructure should be minimised, particularly in a residential area. And also because the revised location only partially obscures the visual blight on the tower because it's just moving it back a little bit, moving the tower back a bit. The tower stays. So the visual blight is hardly remediated. It's now more visible to residences to the north of the lot rather than those to the south, but those residences in the north are going to see it. They're going to be affected by it. This has just shifted the problem. The problem is the tower shouldn't be located in a sensitive place such as a residential area per se, in accordance with the state government policy. There are only a few instances in the metro area where this has been allowed by SAT on land in residential areas, and there's one right out there at Woodbridge, but that's located next to the train reserve on vacant land at the end of a street, not in the middle of a residential area. Telstra is a big, wealthy multinational company, and it can well afford to provide infrastructure that is not in a residential area. And it could also provide infrastructure that meets the needs of those other suburbs that are so badly in need of it, such as Caversham and Dayton. It needs to put up a significant tower elsewhere that meets all of those needs.
You have 1
This
minute left,
tower
thank you.
won't do that. Telstra have said that they've discounted all other sites. They can't find any other sites. But guess what? They would say that. They would say that, wouldn't they? The use of the lot by Telstra for existing infrastructure is not an excuse either. This was an ex-use that was only approved by Council in 1991 as an exception for a low-rise facility that's there now. Permission was never given for a tower, and this is a step too far in this residential area. Beachboro people are proud of the area that they live in, and the petition is testament to that. The cost of taking the matter further to the SAT, I want to remind councillors, is not a relevant consideration for them tonight. Our ratepayers who live in Beachboro will pay for this appeal matter out of their rates.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano.
And they've made their views known. Please support my alternative motion.
Thank you. Councillor Howard is the seconder.
Thank you. The telecommunication tower is not wanted by the community at this location, as was demonstrated by the petition tabled at tonight's meeting. Councillor Catalano has gone through this very thoroughly, and I would urge you to support her motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against the motion. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the decision back when we had the decision to not approve for Councillors Catalano, Howard, Johnson, Jones, Knight, Lucas, Brodovnik, Richardson and Singh. Mr Mayor, the only two people that attended the mediation session, which was back here at the office, was myself and the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Congdon, noting that Councillor Catalano did meet on site, and the first part then left. Mr Mayor, Councillor Congdon and myself, and I'm sure Councillor Congdon will correct me if I've missed something or got it wrong, we actually questioned, and I thought quite hardly, on actually about other locations. Was it possible? And we went through those. We went through options that others had raised as well, but the issue is the service for the local residents. This is a service for 3,000 residents, I believe, that are impacted. This is 3,000 residents in that area that currently don't get adequate mobile phone coverage. And I was in there last week doing other things that I won't say what they were, but I was only getting 3G. I was campaigning, okay? I was campaigning, knocking on doors, talking, but I was trying to avoid saying that to not make it part of a political thing. But, Mr Mayor, so it was disappointing that those who voted against it, none of them came to the mediation. None of them heard what Councillor Congdon and myself heard. None of them put questions to the representatives that I believe are here as well. None of them challenged the representatives when I thought and maybe Councillor Conlon thought they were trying to get out of it easy. And none of them heard that this is an issue for the local people. So if we don't want it there, councillors, there's 3,000 residents in that area that will continue to have poor mobile phone coverage. Now, councillors, you can mention other locations, but it's quite clear that it will not fix the problem there. Councillors, it's quite interesting that I think we forget about a recent one, fairly recent, in Middle Swan. Commercial property, put it at the back, right next to residential properties. I'd like to go back and see the voting of that one. Councillors, that had more of an impact. Now, councillors, the job when we mediate is to try and get an equal sort of, you give a bit, I give a little bit type thing. Councillors, there was people that raised problems and concerns about the loss of the trees. It was going to go right out the front of the boundary of this property, and they were going to cut trees down. Now they're suggesting at the back, and I think obviously, and clarify me if I'm wrong, Councillor Congdon, we talked about putting it at the peak. That has a less of an impact, but still allows 3,000 residents to have upgraded mobile phone coverage. Now we talk about other areas. I got one in the Vines. There's Allenbrook, Averley. I'm pretty sure everyone's got one close by that they can talk about. It's a requirement of mobile phones. We need more mobile phone coverage. 1991, I remember 91, I was still in high school. It was 2 years later I got my first mobile phone because I thought it was cool, you know, a bit of a brick type thing. No one expected back then, when this telecommunication tower, or this Telstra place was created, what the future would be. And we don't know what the future will be in 20 years' time either. Councillors,
yeah, 1 minute left,
this
thank you.
is a good mediation outcome, I believe. It reduces the impact of the visual. We can't make it disappear. We can't make it smaller, because that's the height that's required, and we got that data to provide that. But it also allows 3,000 residents of the City of Swan, who some of them are telling me, and I've witnessed it myself, they've got poor mobile phone coverage.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Speaker for the motion. Next, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note that in the recommendation it says to note the invitation, the kind invitation of the State Administrative Tribunal, asking Council to reconsider its decision of December the 14th, 2022, pertaining to the proposed telecoms count. Well, they're inviting us to reconsider. They think we got it wrong the first time round. Now, I do recognise it is a different proposal, but councillors, we didn't get it wrong the first time round because we listened to the community. We know what they want us to do, and that's why I believe we should continue to be opposed to it. Now, in Councillor Bowman's speech, Councillor Bowman said that none of us, except for Councillor Bowman and I think Councillor Congdon, came to the mediation. Well, there's a simple reason for that. In my case, I was at work, and you should be too, Councillor. We're not paid to be full-time
Point of
councillors.
order, Mr. Mayor. Reflection.
Yes, thank you. I ask you to withdraw that comment, Councillor Johnson.
Could you explain what's wrong with it? Reflection doesn't really sort of mean anything to me.
Well, obviously, Councillor Bowman's taken offence to it when you said he should be at work.
Well, he should be.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Reflection.
I would ask you to withdraw the comment.
I can't withdraw it, Mr. Mayor, because it makes perfect sense to me. We're not paid to be
It may make
full-time
perfect
councillors.
sense to you, but I've had an objection and I'm upholding the point of order. I'll ask you to withdraw that comment.
Okay, so can
and
you
then-
explain why?
I don't have
Point
to
of order, Mr.
Yes,
Mayor.
you do.
Reflection.
You do.
Councillor Johnson, if you're aware of your meeting procedures local law, I can rule on a point of order with giving no explanation. I'll ask you to resume your debate and be mindful of the comments that you make. Please continue.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I ask you to withdraw the comments.
Well, I've asked Councillor Johnson to withdraw it, and when he resumes his debate, I expect him to do so.
Well, I was at work, and you don't have to be if you don't want to be. So that's with
Point of order, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Johnson, I've
Hold on.
asked you.
I will withdraw it, but I will seek. Can I get some legal advice on this? Because it makes no sense to me. Saying reflection makes no sense. Where is that in the meeting procedures local law? Why is it in some way negative?
Through you, Mr Mayor, can I just make a comment as well? Councillor Bowman's comment was adverse reflection on us who work.
No, Councillor Predovnik.
It was.
It was.
That's the point we're
Councillor
making.
Johnson, I believe you've withdrawn the statement. You can seek your legal advice later. You can please continue with your debate. Thank you.
In the interest of time, Mr Mayor, I will. Councillors, as I've said previously several times in debate tonight, we are not a rubber stamp. We're here to make decisions, and it's really time that we began to use the authority given to us and say back to the State Administrative Tribunal what I'm going to quote now. I do remember seeing a film called The Castle, and there was a character called Daryl Kerrigan in the film. And what Daryl had to say quite a lot in the film was, tell them they're dreaming, and that's what we should say to the State Administrative Tribunal on this occasion. We know what our community wants. We should tell the SAP they're dreaming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Speaker for the motion. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Congdon, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, when I attended the SAT mediation and noting the invitation from the State Administrative Tribunal is a standard statement, it was quite clear to me that what was presented by the Telstra Corporation was they had exhausted every possible site available to deliver a telecommunications package for those ratepayers and residents of this area that work from home, the students who are studying, the streaming devices for homes that want to watch their favourite streaming shows, to improve that component for residents that is currently failing them. And I think if you drive around this area with your mobile phone, as I did and have done and still do, is the mobile phone coverage dips and drops continuously. If all sites have been exhausted and we're now left with the one possible site, I am quite clear of the officer's comments about proceeding with this to a decision that could have a huge impact on costs to the city based on past SAT case law and of the number of times I've sat in this chamber over 20 years with mobile phone towers. I've never, ever seen one refused by SAT or any other organisation. It has proceeded. This was the best possible outcome that we negotiated at the time with myself, Councillor Bowman, and the staff along with Telstra. Sadly, the other councillors couldn't be available due to whatever reasons, but we were there and we listened intently through the day. I'm going to support the officer's recommendation and I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion. Question, Councillor Singh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know this question for office or Councillor Bowman. I listened about the 3,000 ratepayers has been getting benefit from this service. And I got a question is how much area they covered around the tower. It's 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer. I think last time we discussed this one, the last meeting. So how much is the frequency and how much is the range to go around that particular site?
I'll ask if one of the planning staff have got an indication on the area this mobile phone tower will cover. Mr. Russell, any idea?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look at the mediation. Look,
you can resume your seat, Councillor Singh.
Maybe, Mr. Mayor, in response to that question, it might be appropriate, if you wish, to invite the Telstra people here. You've got their RF engineers in the gallery. I could give you recollections from the mediation, but I think you'd be well served by some precision, so perhaps that might be a course of referral, Mr Mayor.
Well, I'd rather...
Mr Mayor, then you can invite them to the...
I'll just ask if there's any disagreement with asking the, I suppose, the applicant or the parties here tonight to assist Councillor Singh in his question. Otherwise, we may not get the correct information. Is there anyone against me doing that? I wouldn't.
Yes, I am.
Well, okay. Well, you're one person. I'll just say, is there an indication from councillors who'd like me to seek that information from the proponents here tonight? So I'm getting more support, so I will ask the question. Thank you. I'm not sure who's going to answer. If you could come to the podium, please, turn the microphone on. And I take it you heard the question, you understand the question?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I understand the question to be what area is it that is covered?
What area and how many residents will be affected? And if you could just state your name and where you're from, please.
My name is Peter Ward. I am a barrister who has been engaged by Telstra for the purpose of the SAT proceedings. I can illustrate this best if I can just show the council a picture of the affected area as it currently stands. And if you just give me just a moment to bring this up into a full screen picture. If I can work out how to drive my own computer, I apologise. Right, so councillors, hopefully you can recognise this area here, but this is essentially Amazon Avenue here, and you see effectively the main grid of major roads. That patch in the middle that's not shaded green is the area that currently has a significant shortfall of coverage, and that area will be exacerbated from mid-2024 when the 3G network is turned off as well.
Okay, and is any idea, if you can just give me, if it says a street name to the east, to the west and to the north and the south, then I can get the geographical pictures I believe most of the councillors will.
So on the north side, that's Reed Highway.
Yes.
On the westernmost edge is Beachborough Road North.
Yep.
To the east is Altone Road.
Yes.
And the southernmost point is around, is it Wattie Crescent? Wattie Drive?
Wattle.
Wattle, sorry.
Yep.
A little hard to read on the size of the text
That's okay.
here.
No. So there's many thousands of residents, councillors.
Yes, but
Mr Mayor,
our
sorry,
main
could I just...
concern is...
Sorry,
apologies.
Yeah.
I just wanted to correct the matter that I've been... apparently I misspoke when I referred to coverage. We're talking capacity deficiencies in this area. There's a technical difference between coverage and capacity within these networks. So whilst the radio frequency might reach through that area, it can't handle the traffic, the number of connections and the signal strengths that are required. So it's about increasing capacity, not necessarily geographic coverage. This is the area that has a capacity restriction.
Thank you. Councillor Singh, you had another question?
Yes. So it is, maybe I have not that knowledge about that, the coverage and what's they explained about to in future and affecting for the networking and using the high technology computers and services for the students and businesses around the area. But main question is we are worried about the lot of times, every time we got, you know that you're the councillor of Alton, the Dayton and the Caversham, they have no even coverage, they have no even one towers, there's nothing else. As a councillor of Alton Ward, we are really worried about that. They're spending the money on their side. Sorry about that. And I'm just finished. So thank you for your information, and then we can think about the decision.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. This relates, and your question should relate only to the proposal in front of us, which is in Beachborough. I know in the record the reasons by Councillor Catalano, it talks about poor coverage in Caversham and Dayton. They're in different suburbs and shouldn't form any part of your questions here tonight. Thank you, and thank you for your time, Mr Ward. Okay, I'll call for a speaker for the motion. Any other speakers for? Any other speakers against? Then, before I hand back to you, Councillor Catalano, I'll give the timepiece to the Deputy Mayor, and I'll end the debate very quickly. Councillors, it was quite rightly pointed out on the last occasion this came to council, I supported not to support the Telstra Tower. I live in Beachborough, and I'm most probably one of the residents who will be affected because I live just the other side of Altone Road, and I know it's just not going to get to a certain street and drop out. Capacity. I'm always struggling for capacity.
Shouldn't there have been a conflict registered? Because you're affected by this tower and your mobile coverage is affected by whether this tower is built or not?
It's an issue in common, so unfortunately no.
Well, perhaps if you lived in the area, Councillor
No,
Catalano.
but the point is that...
No, Councillor, it's not a point of order. Continue, Mr Mayor.
It's not a conflict of interest?
No, it's not a conflict. It's an interest in common.
Thank you. Having served on this council, and I've seen many applications refused by this council and go to SAT, my memory is similar to yours, Councillor Congdon. We've not been successful. And it says that in the last couple of sentences in the officer's comment on page 26. The likely cost of engagement of 2 experts plus legal representation would likely entail hearing costs to the City of Swan of between $60,000 and $80,000. I've heard tonight that that cost should not be a consideration. Well, I'm sorry, that type of cost is always going to be a consideration, in my view, for us to make the best decisions for our ratepayers. I've heard tonight through debate that Telstra is prepared to move the tower from the front of its original location, from the front along Amazon Drive to the rear, which will hide about 25% of the tower. So some of it will still be seen, and that's unfortunate. But I cannot honestly support the motion before us by Councillor Catalano saying, well, we just be blowed with the expense and we go ahead, because the last sentence says the prospect of a success based on past SAT case law with these types of applications is virtually non-existent. Why would we want to spend between $60,000 and $80,000 of our ratepayers' money on a prospect that's got virtually no chance of winning? I see a lot of pollution. I live in East Beachborough, which was developed before this part of Beachborough, what I call West Beachborough, between Altone and Beachborough Road, and for some reason they had decided to put overhead power lines in. So all the way down Amazon Drive, there are 10-metre overhead power poles. So having a pole that's going to be twice that height, or a little bit more than twice the height, to me, is not going to add any great more visual pollution. I feel sorry for the people who perhaps live really close to the site, but I've got to think of the broader picture, the people that it's going to help, the many thousands of people that it will assist, and the cost implications to the city. Thank you, Councillor Catalano. You have your right of reply.
Oh, thank you. Well, we've had legal advice in this chamber that actually the costs to a SAT, for a SAT hearing are actually not a relevant consideration for this council to make on this matter. That was a legal advice that we had. And it's easy for people who don't live in the area to say, oh, go ahead, you know, but we've heard from a resident tonight who says, she said in her statement that her phone coverage wasn't affected. And she also said that this was not a good mediation outcome. Look, attendance at the SAT meeting, which actually I did attend, And I really want to take offence again, Councillor Bowman. You're having a go at councillors who didn't attend the SAT meeting rather than sticking to the issues, which is the impact and the adverse impact here on the residents and their amenity, right? So the attendance at the SAT meeting doesn't assist any of those residents in Beachborough tonight, because what matters tonight is a decision we make here in this chamber. Okay, and they've asked us to not approve this tower. And they've asked us to stop it. 3,000 residents, but then it could be a certain area. We've heard from a resident who lives nearby who says that her mobile reception is not that bad. But it's a blight on the visual amenity of many other people who live in the area, and that's permanent. Telstra can always go and, sort out their infrastructure problems in another way, but now that tower will be there and it's a permanent blight on the amenity of the suburb. I actually have looked at the SAT website, and I've had a look at the case law, SAT case law.
And
on
1 minute
this,
left.
And I didn't see very many examples where SAT had ordered that the tower could be built in the middle of a residential suburb. It is really an anomaly. And you know why? Because of the state planning policy. The policy is there to protect people's amenity, and it's there to stop the proliferation of towers, particularly in sensitive areas like residential areas. And this is the tension I talked about in my speech. It's the tension between providing network coverage and not affecting people's residential amenity. And we have to do one or the other. There's not enough affected residents to justify the permanent negative impact on these Beachborough people's amenity. It's their community. They love it and they want to retain every piece of amenity they have.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. That's your right reply. Thank you, councillors. I'll now put the motion moved by Councillor Catalano. Those in favour? Of Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Singh and Councillor Catalano, which I make is 5. Those against are Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 8. The motion is lost, 5 to 8. Moving the officer's recommendation. Councillor Parry. I need a seconder. Seconded, Councillor Congdon. Anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? No. Point, Councillor. Question?
And I'm looking at Councillor Congdon since he was there. My recollection was it was to be in line with the peak of the roof, and if so, I'm asking the mover and seconder, would they consider putting that in there?
I don't know what you...
Yeah, that was the discussion at the time.
Well, so is the officer's recommendation unchanged, or are we moving some type of amendment?
So I'm asking the mover and seconder to do a slight amendment to what they've moved, which is that it be in line with the peak of the roof. It means moving it another 5 metres or so.
You're happy, I'm happy.
I just want to make sure that we get the officer, the motion correctly, and then I'll ask for any officer's comment to the amendment. So I'm having trouble understanding. It says what I've got on the screen in front of me. The amendment to the motion is that the tower is in line with the roof line of the building, but of the... Are you talking about the height of the tower now, or...?
So it's...
Mr if I can make it easier.
Yeah, I need some assistance.
So
'cause I'm
this
confused.
is to ensure the tower installation is in line with the peak of the roof. So instead of being offset to the right or offset to the left, it is in line with the peak of the roof.
So it's hidden behind the building.
Basically, it's hidden behind the peak of the roof.
I have a question.
Can you assist Mr Russell? Were you aware of these comments made at the SAT hearing? I just want to get it right before I go any further.
Briefly through you, Mr Mayor, we recall generally discussing to put it behind the building. I don't recall that we were so specific as to say exactly in line with the pitch of the roof.
Question?
What's your question, Councillor Podovnik?
I just wanted some confirmation that that's possible. We weren't there, obviously, and we've got some representatives here.
Well,
They're shaking their heads saying no.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get it sorted before we go any further.
We can just hear them.
Mr Ward, can you assist us, please?
Mr Mayor, if I may, there was discussion about putting it at the northern end of the building. The tower has been proposed in a position as close to the peak as it can be. There is an entrance to the building in line with the peak, which means it can't be put any closer.
Six of the officer's recommendations.
Yeah, I'd just prefer that we just stay with the officer's recommendation. Councillors, are you happy with that, Councillor Parry? It's your recommendation, it's your motion. Thank you, and you're seconding that. Okay, I'll ask if there's anyone against. There is. Do you wish to debate it? No one wishes to debate it, then I'll put it straight to the council, the officer's recommendation. Those in support, I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 9. Those against are Councillors Catalano, Councillor Singh, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Johnson, which is 4. The motion is carried 9-4 as per the officer's recommendation. And I thank you, councillors, for your indulgence. We're now going to item 4.4, Councillor Howlett. It's the divestment of land, Swan Valley Fresh. Thank you. Thank you. Just for the record, Councillor Johnson has declared an indirect financial interest in this matter and has left the chamber. Thank you for those members in the gallery. When you're ready, thank you, Councillor Howlett.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So my proposed motion, alternative motion, is that the council resolve to note the Midland Society Incorporation submission, and 2, not authorise the CEO to finalise the disposition of lots 4 and 5 Keene Street and lots 7, number 70, 217, 6, number 72, 71, number 74, and 9300, number 76 Morrison Road, and lot 82, number 28, and portions of lots 72, number 20, and 9298, number 18 Junction Parade Midland, to Swan Valley Fresh Markets Proprietary Limited as trustee for the Midland Property Trust for $6,880,410 exclusive of GST in accordance with Council Resolution of the 1st of April 2023.
I think it was the 12th of April.
Sorry, 12th of April 2023.
Thank you. And your reason?
My reason is that the Midland Society have made a submission. Sorry.
Have you got your run sheet there?
I have.
It's on page 27 of the run sheet, halfway down the page, point 3.
Thank you. The reason is that I believe the city will be selling the land at too low a price based on the price the city paid for the land to be incorporated into the MORM.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano. Is there anyone against? There is. You wish to debate it? Any councillors wish to debate it? Then I'll put the motion straight to council. Those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Councillor Catalano and Councillor Howlett. 2. Those against, I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 10. The motion is lost 2 to 10. You're moving the officer's recommendation. Councillor Congdon, I need a seconder. Councillor McCulloch. Excuse me, is there anyone against? Do you wish to debate it? Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor McCulloch is the seconder. You don't wish to enter the debate. Speaker against?
Thank you.
Councillor Catalano, thank you.
Yes, thank you. The Midland Society's letter pretty much says it all, which is indeed the history of the Midland Oval redevelopment to date, and in my view, likely to continue. And I quote, "The appearance to ratepayers that the city has buy dear, sell cheap attitude when it comes to major land transactions involving ratepayers' funds," unquote. Less than $1,000 a square metre when the city has been paying many times more than that amount for other properties around the Midland Oval, and in fact more than that for a portion of that land that we're now selling. What does that say about Council's confidence that this development is on track to be a winner? It looks to me like it's I can't wait to get rid of it and flog it off for less than it was paid. For good reason. There has, as we all know, been ongoing opposition which is unlikely to go away. What happens when this is not a success for Midland or for the city or its ratepayers? It's been pointed out to Council time and time again by a large proportion of ratepayers and ratepayer groups that this was not a good plan because it was too expensive with a loss of valuable public open space again, in the heart of Midland. This council even got as far as agreeing to have a look at an alternative plan that could at least go part way to providing more public open space that would be a compromise for all the community. And an acknowledgement that there...
Point of order, Mr Mayor, relevance.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Perhaps you could draw some relevance to your debate to the motion before us, Councillor Catalano, would be appreciated. Rather than going through a history
there's a
lesson.
compromise that for all the community.
Well, I know, but we're debating...
And an acknowledgement that there are failings in this plan, as has been pointed out by the community.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
We're not talking about the master plan of Midland Oval, we're talking about the selling of land.
I uphold your point of order. Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Catalano, I did ask you to try and make some sort of connection
this is
rather
a part,
than going over the history. We're talking about the motion
yes,
before
well,
us,
this is a part of the Midland Oval redevelopment plan, this
Thank
land.
you. Please
Thank
continue.
you. It's relevant. As we know, the council was ultimately not prepared to listen to the community and...
Well, some members of the community.
12% of the... That was actually 12%.
Thank you,
response
councillors.
rate, not the majority, sorry.
We're running out of time. I'd like to at least get this
And in
item
November
finished.
2022...
Thank you. Please continue, Councillor
it was back
Catalano.
to the future for the Midland Oval development and back to the future for this lot of land. The same old time warp, the same old problems for Midland and the same old expense for ratepayers. Buying dear, selling cheap for something they have made perfectly clear they don't want. It actually gives me great pleasure to oppose this.
Thank you. Speaker for the motion, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, if I have a house on land, it might cost me this amount. If I have the vacant block, it's usually a bit less. If I have a house, knock it down, and then just sell the land, I'm going to sell it less than what I bought it for. Mr Mayor, you've got to compare apples with apples. Not apples with bananas, apples with fruits, other fruits. Mr Mayor, the other properties that are referenced had buildings on them. They had holding incomes. They were an asset. This one, now we're selling as vacant land. Mr Mayor, what we paid for this land, we can't, and quoting Councillor Catalano, we can't go back in time. Marty has gone away with his DeLorean and his time machine. We can't go back. We have to look at it right now. Mr Mayor, I was the one around this chambers that quoted different valuations, questioned how we got valuations, because the valuation was for the whole area. And then rightly so, we got the valuation for this particular piece of land. Mr Mayor, the valuation is done by professionals. I believe we had 2 valuations done. Mr Mayor, the price that is being purchased for is in that valuation. So according to the professionals, what we're selling it for or offering to sell it for is the valuation. There's lots of sayings about making things better than what they are. This is vacant land that's worth a certain amount per square metre, and that is what we're willing to sell it for. What we think about the master plan and all that, that has gone. That has been decided. The item before us is about the land.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor for the motion. Sorry, against the officer's recommendation. Any other speakers for or against? And Councillor Congdon, you're right to reply. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, why am I not surprised that we only had one letter in opposition? And why am I not surprised it came from one organisation that's been vehemently opposing the Midland Oval and this project seemingly forever? I would just like to draw you to the last paragraph of page 42 of the letter that came in opposing. And it states, if this transaction goes ahead without credible scrutiny, it might appear to ratepayers that the city has a buy dear, sell cheap attitude. This suggests that the city is not credible, it has not done its due diligence, has not done its corrective work, has not achieved the valuations in a non-biased way. When it comes to major land transactions involving ratepayer funds, it states, this may be enough to create a perception that the City of Swan is involved in business dealings that are not of the interest of the residents. What does that say? Does that say we're entering into business dealings unscrupulously? We're not being transparent? I don't think so. And it also goes on to state, or are directed to the interests of other parties rather than those of the ratepayers. The intent of this development is for the betterment of Midland and its ratepayers, not to the detriment. So I'm more concerned with the content of the letter than I am with the decision we may make tonight in proceeding. I just find it unbelievable that Mr Irwin could put a signature at the bottom of this, which is basically criticising the city of lack of transparency, being possibly devious, because it talks about credibility, and its attitude of buy dear and sell cheap to benefit others. So I'm not going to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Congdon. I'm now putting the recommendation, the motion, which is the officer's recommendation. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Prodovnik, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, excuse me, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 10. Those against are Councillor Catalano and Councillor Howlett. Please note there's 12 councillors in the chamber. The motion is carried 10-2. Can we now please recall Councillor Johnson to the chambers? Thank you, Mr Bishop. Councillors, the next item, and I note that it's 10 minutes to 10. The next item is 5.1, proposed closure of 2 pedestrian access ways, Kerwin Way, Lockridge. Councillor Catalano, you have an alternative motion.
Yes, thank you. I don't actually have it. Oh, here we go. Yes, sorry. That council resolve to, 1, not support the closure of the pedestrian access ways, for being lot 55 on plan 10324, located between Kerwin Way and Rocher Oval, Lockridge, and 2, not request the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage to close the two poors, being lot 55 on plan 10324, and to not amalgamate the poor land with adjoining lots. Record the reason is that with the amalgamation of lot 55 into adjoining lots, and I should say lot 55 and lot 55, yes, into adjoining lots, there will be no dedicated poor public access way from Kerwin Way and the northern part of Lockridge to Rocher Oval. The public access ways should remain as dedicated access ways so that local residents can access their recreation reserve by walking, which promotes healthy communities and discourages the use of vehicle traffic in the suburb.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? You wish to debate it? Question, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, just clarification question. The local development plan, there was a condition that development on the lot will require access between Kerwin Way and the Oval. Is that correct?
Mr Mayor, yes,
Van Linde?
that is correct.
So do I take it, Mr Van Linde, there will be a new public access way from Kerwin Way to the Oval? Is that what you're
Mr
saying?
Mayor, yes, under the local planning scheme that's been approved by council in October last year, there's a local development plan required to be submitted when the site is redeveloped, and under that provision of the local development plan, they will have to prove how pedestrian access will be facilitated between the two streets. So when the site is redeveloped, a new access way or easement or some form of pedestrian access will be put in place.
Thank you. Satisfy your question, Councillor Bowman. Question, Councillor Congdon.
Thank you. My question is, if the officer's recommendation proceeds and the public access ways are closed, the time frame of the closure of the public access ways and the introduction of the new public access way?
Mr Van der Linde.
Mr Mayor, through you, we're not part of the discussions between the Department of Planning and any potential buyers of that land. So what will happen is the legal closure of the public access ways may be facilitated and finalised, and then there may be a period until the new development take place. How long that's going to take will depend on the market and how the process that the department follows. So therefore, the public access ways may be legally closed for a period of time, but physically they may still be open unless they get fenced off for any reason, and you wouldn't think that the department will go and fence it off whilst they're waiting to negotiate a buy for the land.
Thank you. I'll ask again, does any councillor wish to debate the item? Against? No one wishes to debate it, then I have to put it to the vote. Those in favour of Councillor Catalano, Councillor Singh, Councillor Howlett and Councillor Johnson, which is 4. Those against is Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Brodovnik, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which I make is 9. So the motion fails 4 votes to 9. I need a recommendation or a motion, councillors. Moving the officer's recommendation. Seconded, Councillor McCulloch. Is there anyone against? You wish to? Thank you. Then Councillor Congdon is the mover. Thank you. Councillor McCulloch is the seconder. You wish to debate it? Thank you. Speaker against, Councillor Catalano.
Thank you. Albeit that we've heard that closing these public access ways, out of that we're going to get facilitation of access ways. 2 very, very different things. Right now we have dedicated lots for public access. It's a dedicated lot. And what this motion is tonight is to amalgamate those dedicated lots into the development land. That is not retaining any separate dedicated lot for pedestrian access. or public access. If the public access ways are amalgamated into the land for development, the public will lose their guaranteed rights to access the beautiful public Rocher Park from their homes north of Kerwin Way. If the public access ways are retained, and this motion is lost, and not amalgamated, architects can design the facility on the big lot adjacent. They can design around the public access way, around the separate lots. That's what architects do. They find solutions to those problems. Retaining these separate public access way lots is the only guarantee that the residents have that the land will be maintained for access into the future between their homes and Rocher Park. If the public access way lots are amalgamated, ultimately there's no good chance. There's a good chance, for one reason or another, that any pedestrian walkways in the future can be lost. Public access ways, I remind you, are separate parcels of land that give the public the right to continual use of the pedestrian way, which is what the locals want. The rezoning of the land for special purpose for the proposed aged care facility, we're told, is already controversial in the community. It will likely be a 3-storey large box in the middle of a quiet residential area at the top of a hill overlooking the beautiful Rocher Park and its wetlands. The community has already fought hard in the past for the removal of double-storey flats, and the area has been quiet since. After the flats were demolished, the residents were promised that nothing would be rebuilt there again. That's why the land was rezoned Parks and Recreation until 2021, when this council and the state government went back on their word.
Point of order, Mr Mayor, if I may.
What's your point of order, councillor?
Point of order is there is a discussion going on about an aged care development and heights, widths and depths. We're talking about pedestrian access closures here, not talking about the aged care
Well,
development.
I'm getting to the reason why I'm talking about it right now.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr Mayor. I had a point of order.
Yeah, can I rule on it? If you can link the aged care facility to the public
Thank you.
access
I'm
way.
doing that right now. Thanks for
Thank you.
that. If you just were able
have
to
no
let me
point
get
of
on
order.
with my speech.
Thank you. Please
So why
continue.
should locals trust any promises now about pedestrian walkways in the future being included in this development or on this development or however facilitated? Why should they believe it now? I agree. They simply can't, and for good reason, as there's probably not likely to be a dedicated lot set aside for public access way in the future, and whatever will be put there can be taken away from them at any time. I've heard about this happening all over the world. In the UK, ramblers devote themselves to keeping access ways open, and so should we, so that everyone wins. The developer designs around them and the locals keep their access way and spaces, public spaces. Have a look at the submissions. These are from people who have lived in their own homes in the area for over 50 years. They were there first. They are people of all ages who use the public access ways, which are essential for residents north of Kerwin Way to get into Rocher Park on foot. Retaining the public access ways is a way to provide for healthy communities, and it is a healthy community issue, as this promotes walking to and from the park, less car use, congestion and pollution. When people ask for public access ways to be closed in other parts of Beechborough, they're told it can't happen. I can't agree tonight to just sit by and let this public access way, these public spaces, this dedicated land to the public to be taken away from those residences in Lockridge. They deserve better.
Thank you, councillor Catalano. Speaker for the motion.
Do I get to speak?
Do you want to speak against the motion, councillor Johnson? Okay, I'll take the question first. Councillor Singh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm reading the office recommendation. So we are now voting on the office recommendation. So is any amendments possible on that? Is any city or councils can resolve to has a temporary access, as the staff already said, you can even walk through the sites if it's not fencing or something, or city can do the amendment or something.
Well, I
set
think-
up is can community can go through the pedestrian way.
Okay, I think the answer to your question's on page 247 of the report. It's about halfway down the page. It says any new development of this location will be subject to council endorsement and will need to include pedestrian access as stated. Access, however, will be restricted during construction of the new facility, and the Department of Lands and Heritage have confirmed that the footpaths, the current footpaths, will remain in place and be usable by residents until such time as the land is ready for development. So the current footpaths will be staying until it becomes a construction site.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I'm obviously speaking against the officer's recommendation, Mr. Mayor. Just reading through the key issues at the top, it says, the state government made a commitment to fast-track the delivery of state-owned land and property for the development of additional aged care facilities. And the Department of Lands, Heritage, Planning, Lands and Heritage is proposing to amalgamate Crown Reserves to create one lot to create a site for development. It seems that yet again, the state government is telling us what to do, and we're a public authority. I don't believe it's appropriate for us to simply acquiesce in removing a right-of-way that has been in existence for many years. That's why I'm opposed to the officer's recommendation. We need to push back. Yet again, we're being made to look like we're a rubber stamp, and we're not a rubber stamp. So I'm quite opposed to the officer's recommendation. We need to retain the public access ways, and if there is an offer to provide an alternative, then it ought to be made at this time. The public access way that is proposed to replace the two pedestrian access ways should be clearly shown in basically the land title. So there needs to be an easement shown on it, and it's not shown. So that's why I'm opposed to the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Speaker for the motion. Councillor Henderson.
Briefly, Mayor. Mayor, I'm astounded that we're seeing an attack on removing some public access ways in an attempt to try and stop what we need to do in this city. We need to develop our aged care facilities. It's absolutely essential. It's been demonstrated to us time and time again that we are very short in available space for care and retirement and aged care.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
There was never any mention of trying to stop aged care facilities. In fact, my speech talked about, building the facility around the public access way. There was no mention
Thank you,
of it.
Councillor Catalano. I'm going to rule you have no point of order. I think Councillor Henderson was referring to comments made by Councillor Johnson in his debate about rubber stamping facilities. That's how I understood it. So please continue, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. The key thing here is that to facilitate and to provide the aged care facilities that we need in this city and that the state government want to actually get on with, these public access ways need to be closed. In the meantime, we must make provision for people to be able to get to the park. That's fundamental. We all accept that, we all know that, and that'll be part and parcel of the process going forward. I simply cannot accept the fact that we would just simply stop this in an attempt that may in fact try and stop the combination of these lands to be able to get our facilities that we desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Any other speakers for or against? Then before I hand back to you, Councillor Congdon, if you can grab the stopwatch for reset it. Thank you, councillors. I'll enter the debate very quickly. I visited that park again today and looked at the two public access ways in question, went back, read the agenda again. There are some comments made about we shouldn't just be rubber stamping what the state government is imposing on us. From my recollection, we approached the state government to amalgamate separate lots of land under different lots of ownership into one parcel of land so we could facilitate that site to be used for aged care. So it's actually the reverse. The state government are doing what this city requested them to do as part of our aged care strategy. We identified sites in Midland, Balladura and Lockridge, and all the state government has done to date in amalgamating these blocks of land is at the request of the City of Swan. We even put back, and if you note dot point 4 on page 245 of the key issues, at the ordinary council meeting of July 3rd, 2019, some 4 years ago, council resolved to defer its decision to request the Minister for Lands to revoke the management orders over the Crown Reserves until community consultation was undertaken. I went to at least 2. I think we only held 2, and I believe Mr Russell also attended them. So we actually went out to the community at the Rochelle Road Hall, where we got the feedback from the community, and the overwhelming sentiment was they wanted aged care on that site. Yes, there was a few objectors, like in anything these days. If you get 100% approval for anything, it's very, very rare, if not impossible. So it's not a case of rubber stamping what the state government want. They're in fact rubber stamping what we asked them to do. You've got in the report there that the landowner will keep the footpaths open until it's time to start the development, and that could be a year or 2. The sooner the better from my point of view, and they will provide safe public pedestrian access between Kerwin Way and Rochelle Road, and the one between Kerwin and Diana Crescent will remain as is. So I can only support the officer's recommendation and encourage you to do the same. Thank you, Councillor Congdon. Your right of reply if you need it.
No right of reply required. Put it to vote, please.
Thank you. We're now putting to the vote the officer's recommendation. Those in favour of Councillor Jones, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Podovnik, Councillor Singh, Councillor Congdon, myself, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch. I make that 10. Those against are Councillors Catalano, Councillor Howlett and Councillor Johnson, which is 3. The officer's recommendation is passed 10 votes to 3.
I move that we suspend.
Have you got a time that you're looking to come back, Councillor Congdon?
Unless these can be carried over to the next agenda.
We need to retain the briefing nights for Wednesday, Deputy Mayor. Otherwise, we just won't give
What
up.
have we
So
got?
I'd suggest you
1,
Monday,
2.
Tuesday or Thursday.
Just
For
try
you,
and work
Mr
out
Mayor,
how
are we
many
able
we've
to
got.
do
5
it
more.
next month?
Tomorrow?
I've got 5 more items to be debated, councillors, so I'm looking for direction. Councillor,
Extend for an hour and
I've got 7.
I can't do tomorrow night.
I've been asked if we can extend for 1 hour tonight.
No, no way.
Look, well, I know, but you might get another couple knocked off and then it makes it easier on another night. So, Mr CEO, I'll take some direction from you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll
Thank
move
you.
extending by 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's essential at the moment that we retain the briefing nights Wednesday night. We've just got to keep these topics going through, particularly around the Ellenbrook Leisure Centre. So I'm suggesting you either come back Monday, Tuesday or Thursday night next week to complete the balance of the agenda.
Tuesday, citizenship.
Or you come back tomorrow night, Mr Mayor.
Well, Councillor Congdon indicated to adjourn this meeting, but I haven't got a time. Are you suggesting tomorrow night now, Councillor Congdon?
Well, that's the only option we've got available.
At
When we
6
got next
PM?
week?
My preference is not this week and is to move it to next week, but we got meetings on some of us all next week.
What's the urgency?
Well, we've got 5 unresolved issues
I understand that, but
Dovnik.
what's urgent is my question.
No, I can't
Mr.
see
Mayor,
it.
the item on the extension of time for the Providence development, which is C 3.3, that contract lapses just at the end of July, so that definitely needs to be heard before the next council meeting.
Right. Well, we're looking at
Monday night or tomorrow night.
either tomorrow night, councillors, Thursday night at 6 p.m. or Monday night at 6 p.m.
Monday night, I can't do Thursday.
Well, can I just get an indication? Tomorrow night, those in favour? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those against tomorrow night? 1, 2, 3, 4. So,
Well, can we do a bit of a poll to see who's available on Monday night? I just think that's a bit limited.
well, who's available Monday night, councillors? 5, 6. Still not a majority, councillor. So, I need a formal motion, councillor Congdon.
No dinner.
Sorry, the question was raised, why can't we do it next Wednesday? Why can't we push the briefing session out?
Mr. CEO.
Well, thank you. It's just that you've got these critical issues coming to you. If you don't consider them, if we don't have the briefings, I get criticised because you're not informed of critical matters. Now, we've got to this matter of trying to ensure we get through the business in one night. That was a core objective. If we cull Wednesday night briefing sessions, then that's open to you, but then don't complain that we're not giving information.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is the briefing sessions 2 hours long?
Next week, Mr.
The briefing sessions will be at least 2 hours long, so if you wanted to go for 4 hours and do the agenda as part of that, we could do that.
So next Wednesday at 6 p.m. and once we finish this agenda, we then start the briefing session, councillors? Well, I don't know, councillor Predovnik.
We've heard that the majority want to do it tomorrow night, so I'd like to move that we adjourn this meeting until 6 p.m. tomorrow.
There is not a majority, councillor. Sorry.
Sorry.
There is a minority.
A majority, 8.
Councillor Congdon, you have the floor. You indicated to adjourn this meeting. I need a time and a date.
Move it to next Wednesday at 6 o'clock and then followed by the briefing session.
Right. Councillor Parry, were you the seconder on that? Because I didn't write it down. Okay. So I have a motion before us, councillors. I want you to think hard about it. That we adjourn the rest of this agenda to next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Those in favour? I have Councillor Jones, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Parry and Councillor Zanino, which is 7. Those against were Councillors Bowman, Councillor Johnson.
Did you vote?
No, because I haven't voted for it. But I'll be voting now. So against are Councillor Bowman, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Singh, myself, Councillor Henderson and Councillor McCulloch, which is 7. No, it's got to be 7-6 because there's only 13 here. Sorry, I'll have to ask those in favour again to go to next Wednesday. Councillor Jones, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Howlett.
It's late.
It's very hard for me to count, Mr. CEO, when you're talking in my ear. Those for the motion, could you please raise your hand and keep your hands up so I can count them? Councillor Jones, Councillor Predovnik, Councillor Howlett, Councillor Catalano, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Parry, Councillor Zanino, that is 7. The motion is passed. We're back here next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned at